Hey listeners, tonight we're setting sail for the roughest waters history has to offer. The ones that are deeply weird, mildly disgusting, and yet perfectly logically absurd. We're going to dive into the kind of history that makes you whisper, "You're making that up." But I promise, it's all true. We begin not with something colder than your ex's heart, but with something colder than a dead man's soul. The 9th century papal court, and the time they put a corpse on trial. Then we'll move on to exploding bishops, dancing plagues, and the brutal calculus of a peasant family trying to survive the winter. Think of it as a historical highlight reel of what were they thinking? So before you get comfortable, take a second to like the video and subscribe, but only if you actually enjoy what I do here. Leave a comment telling me where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Somehow it's always 2 a.m. somewhere. Now dim those lights. Switch on a fan for that soft white noise. Get comfortable. And maybe tuck your feet in so the imaginary rats can't nibble your toes. Let's pause for a second. Have you ever wondered what it was like to live in the past? What was it like to face a plague and think a beaked mask stuffed with flowers was a flawless scientific defense? What if you had to decide which child didn't eat tonight, so the family pig could make it to spring? What if your communion wafer suddenly started to bleed, and your disbelief instantly cured itself into pure existential dread? And how did people who were essentially waiting for their neighbor to spontaneously combust ever manage to fall asleep? Congratulations. You've just woken up in the deepest, strangest, and funniest recesses of the past. The time when common sense took a very long holiday. Chapter 1. The Corpse on the Throne. Pope Formosus's final trial. The most political trial in history began with a grave robber, a decomposing former pontiff, and an over-the-top political grudge that somehow transcended death. You are here, sitting quietly in the cold stone of the Basilica of St. John Lateran, one of the hundreds of clergy forced to watch a macabre, grotesque piece of religious theatre. The defendant, Pope Formosus, has been dead for 9 months, but here he is, propped upright on his gilded throne, dressed in his finest, decaying papal robes. The Cadaver Synod, justice or pure theatre. It is the year 897 A.D., a time when papal stability was less of a given and more of a wildly optimistic suggestion. Popes were changing faster than the Roman laundry schedule, and the political scene was a confusing, brutal mess of feuding Italian noble houses. Into this chaos steps Pope Stephen VI. And Stephen VI has a problem. His predecessor, Pope Formosus, was a politically savvy gentleman who, while alive, had royally messed up Stephen's allies. In the Middle Ages, you didn't just forgive and forget a political slight. You sought posthumous theatrical vengeance. So, you are sitting in the basilica, the air cold and damp despite the summer sun outside. The light filtering through the tall narrow windows is dim, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air, and, more unnervingly, the figure on the throne. Let's just pause here for a moment and zoom in on your immediate experience, because this is where the mildly interesting tips into the "holy cow, I need to go back to bed" territory. You look at the defendant. Formosus has been in the ground for 9 months, which to a forensic scientist means a lot of things. To you, it means something very simple. He smells terrible. The initial delicate floral notes of decay are long gone, replaced by the deep, complex, and utterly nauseating bouquet of a long-term problem. Imagine leaving a forgotten Thanksgiving turkey in the garage. Only instead of a garage, it's a subterranean stone tomb, and instead of a turkey, it's a fully robed pontiff. The scent is heavy, musky, and utterly disrespectful to the sanctity of the room. It clings to the rich vestments they forced onto him, the silks and gold thread doing a terrible job of masking the rot beneath. He's been exhumed, dressed in full papal finery, and then literally propped up on his throne. His head, which is likely not securely attached to his neck at this point, lolls precariously. His jaw is probably slack, and the once sharp, intelligent features are now a gruesome, collapsing roadmap of decomposition. Now look at the prosecution. That's Pope Stephen VI. Stephen is not calm. He is draped in rich, crisp vestments, and his face is a mask of pure, unbridled rage and performative piety. He is screaming, yelling at a corpse. This, you realize, is the ultimate mic drop of political power. Being so angry at someone that you literally drag their body out of the ground to fire them. The grotesque questions. The trial begins, and because a corpse can't speak, even by 9th century legal standards, they have a system. A very pale, profoundly unfortunate deacon has been assigned to stand behind the decaying figure and answer for him. It's the ultimate medieval version of a take-your-child-to-work day gone wrong. This poor man is literally the voice of a 9-month-old cadaver, and his defense strategy is probably limited to, "Your Holiness, he is quite dead." Pope Stephen VI leans forward, his voice a frantic shriek that makes you jump in your seat. He is accusing Formosus of perjury, of illegally climbing to the papacy, and of holding more than one diocese at the same time. Why, when you were Bishop of Porto, did you, in your ambition, usurp the universal Roman See? Stephen VI cries, jabbing a furious finger at the swaying, silent Formosus. You watch the deacon, who is probably sweating enough to power a small water mill, timidly lean close to the mouldering ear of the dead man. The deacon then steps forward and, in a thin, reedy voice, attempts to articulate a defense against the charge of ambition and illegal transfer of sees. Imagine being that guy, trying to deliver a subtle legal argument while being mere inches away from a rotting body that is, against all natural law, sitting bolt upright. It's like having to pitch a billion-dollar merger to a CEO who is currently wrapped in plastic and smells faintly of regret. The absurdity is the only thing keeping you from losing your lunch. This is not justice. It is raw, bloody, televised politics, minus the television and the washing of the blood. Stephen VI isn't interested in the truth. He is interested in a guilty verdict that allows him to retroactively invalidate all of Formosus's official acts. Because, you see, Formosus had crowned the king's enemy as Holy Roman Emperor. If Formosus's papacy is declared null, then that crowning and all his ordinations are also null. It's a bureaucratic horror movie. The sentence of a rotten god. Unsurprisingly, the verdict is guilty. It was always going to be guilty. The final act of the Cadaver Synod is the most appalling, the path that will cause public outrage and eventually lead to Pope Stephen VI's own downfall and strangulation later that same year. But for now, he is the king of this grotesque performance. The command is given. Formosus is to be punished as a common criminal. First, his papal vestments, the robes of a man declared unworthy to hold the office, are ripped from his collapsing frame. They are pulled off the corpse, which you realize is starting to slump now that the supporting garments are gone. Then comes the specific, symbolic act of desecration. The focus moves to the right hand, the hand that Formosus used to give the sacred papal blessing. This is the hand that consecrated bishops, confirmed appointments, and performed the rituals of the Church. Stephen VI declares this hand to be contaminated, its power illegitimate. A guard steps forward with a blunt knife. The deed is quick and sickening. The 3 fingers of the right hand used for the blessing, the thumb, the index, and the middle finger, are severed. The sound is muffled, wet, and utterly appalling in the quiet of the basilica. The fingers, now just 3 pieces of shriveled, leathery flesh, are thrown on the ground like so much trash. Finally, the body itself is carried away. It is stripped completely, save for a few rags, and then loaded onto a cart, bouncing along the cobblestones. You watch, perhaps turning away in shame, as they take the disgraced corpse to the Tiber River. This is the final brutal punctuation mark. The body is dragged to the riverbank, weighted down with stones, because you wouldn't want the body of a reviled, guilty pope to wash up and cause a further scandal, and tossed into the slow, murky current. The river closes over the remains. The air feels suddenly lighter, but infinitely more corrupted. You realize you have just witnessed one of the most hysterically petty acts of revenge in the history of organized religion. And that, you decide, is probably enough papal politics for 1 millennium. You shiver, hoping you don't have to face Formosus again. Spoiler, you do. He was later recovered by a fisherman, reportedly performing miracles, and the whole saga became a confusing, century-long back and forth of political papal retrials and reversals. But as the chill of the basilica settles, you close your eyes and prepare for the next oddity of the past. It's time to talk about what happens when a corpse refuses to stay buried, and the sheer terror of divine punishment. Chapter 2. The trial ends. The river waits. Let's talk about verdicts. You're standing in the basilica, the air heavy with incense that is doing its best to outcompete a smell no one wishes to describe on record. The candles sputter with the tired energy of a midnight office printer, and somewhere a hinge complains with the sadness of a medieval violin. The court is a collection of solemn faces pretending this is normal. You, meanwhile, are trying to breathe through your mouth like a polite tourist in a cheese cave. The sentence arrives in Latin, crisp and chilly, as if scolded into existence by a disappointed aunt. Guilty. Formosus, yes, the one on the chair. Yes, the one who is not currently burdened by a pulse, is pronounced guilty. Not of smelling like a wet cloak that has seen things, but of lofty, political, theological somersaults that boil down to, "You sat in the wrong chair at the wrong time, my guy." There is a flicker of nodding, the kind people do at a meeting when they don't understand the charts but appreciate a decisive font. A deacon steps forward, not one of the fancy ones, the kind of deacon who gets volunteered for anything involving brooms, buckets, and situations described as unpleasant. He moves with the slow resignation of a man who knows he drew the short straw, the one with a little skull doodled on it. The corpse, still decked in papal finery, sits slumped, an unsettling parody of authority. The vestments shine in the candlelight with an almost ghostly sheen, brocade and silk whispering, "You don't pay me enough for this." The deacon takes hold of the chasuble and pulls. Ornamental threads resist with that clingy, defeated stubbornness of tape that will not peel cleanly. You hear the faint crackle of fabric, a papery tear, and the quiet sigh of 100 seamstresses across time who warned everyone not to manhandle sacred embroidery. The smell rises, incense, old textile, and a sweet sour note that once was a person, but is now a reminder of how quickly Rome's summer makes decisions for you. Nobody speaks. The only sounds are the gentle shuffle of feet and the tiny, embarrassed coughs of clergy pretending to be above it all, while very much being next to it. The vestments come off in layers, like peeling history from history. The pallium slides away. The ring is tugged loose. A stole flops to the floor like a dejected ribbon at the world's darkest birthday party. The deacon hands items to assistants, who hold them delicately, fingers pinched, faces neutral, as if they have just been gifted a bowl of warm mayonnaise. You, trying so hard to be a professional bystander, think about your mattress at home, and how it is definitely filled with straw, and possibly 3 mice. And yet, in this moment, it feels like a palace. Now the fingers, technically 3, the index, middle, and ring finger of the right hand, the ones used for blessings, the ones that used to trace tiny circles in the
air overheads and bread and marriages. They are the public relations department of the hand. The knife that appears is not elegant. It's not even a knife so much as a suggestion of sharpness, keeping up appearances. You've seen better cutlery at street stalls. The blade glints, unimpressed by the task ahead. There is a pause, and you notice how the room's stillness feels like waiting for a bad joke to land. The deacon, with the patience of a man sharpening a spoon against a rock, sets about the work. It is somehow both careful and clumsy, ritual threaded through with the chaotic energy of opening stubborn packaging. There is no gore exactly, nothing dramatic, just the creak of aging tissue and the soft deli-counter resistance of the inevitable. Someone mutters a prayer. Someone else stares at the floor as if it might produce an escape tunnel. You breathe, slow and shallow, counting heartbeats that belong exclusively to the living. On the margins of your mind, a thought sidles in. This is like unfollowing someone's entire career in 3 small snips. In the modern world, you'd call it a rebrand. Here, it's theology with a pocket knife. We move on. It's time for the river. The basilica doors swell open, the outside wrapping you in a damp Roman breeze that smells like moss, smoke, and canal gossip. The procession is not grand. It is not liturgical theater. It is tired men, sallow from too much incense and too little sleep, shepherding a problem toward a solution. You and the others keep a respectful distance from the stretcher because everyone's robes are expensive to clean, and no one has invented dry cleaning yet. The city watches with that uniquely Roman mixture of boredom and fascination. Yes, this is insane. Yes, we have errands. The Tiber lies ahead, as unhurried as an old cat. It slinks past the stones and arches like it has seen everything and found most of it a bit much. Tonight it looks muddy and patient, a bottle green ribbon that has swallowed empires and rumors alike. You get the sense the river would appreciate less drama. Rome, obligingly, gives it more. At the bank there is the half-second of logistics. You have never thought about how to dispose of a pope before, and here you are, discovering that even this has a process. Cloaks are shifted, cords are untied. Someone tries to look official and drops a knot, recovering it with a shrug that says, "I'm doing my best, okay." The body, now naked, now anonymous in the way only a body can be, is hefted with the gentle utilitarian care reserved for heavy furniture and complicated grief. A few words are said. They might be prayers. They might be reminders. They might be a shopping list muttered out of habit. It's hard to tell through the blur of fatigue and incense and the monstrous normalcy of it all. You look at the water and try to slow your thoughts like the current. Steady, steady, steady. The splash is not grand. It is a quiet punctuation mark, a period, not an exclamation point. The Tiber, cool and murky, accepts what it is given. Ripples move outward, patting the stones. Some onlookers cross themselves. Others look away. You think about how history insists on drama, and how the world responds with a shrug and a tide chart. For a moment, everyone stands there, suspended in the strange relief that follows any decision, even a ridiculous one. The wind lifts a sleeve and pats it down. A gull makes a comment that sounds judgy. The city goes on, because that is what cities do, folding absurdities into their daily bread. You walk back through Rome with the others, steps soft against old stones. Your mind is oddly calm. It occurs to you that in 1,000 years, someone will retell this day, and people will think, surely that can't be right. And yet, here you are, with the smell of incense in your hair, and the river's quiet voice in your ears, knowing it happened exactly like this. Politics investments, ceremony with a side of composting, and a verdict solemnly delivered to a man who no longer holds office hours. Back at the basilica, the candles gutter, then steady. You stack a chair, straighten a stole that's now just cloth, and let your shoulders fall a little. Rome is full of endings that don't quite end, of gestures that mean more than they should and less than they pretend. You think about bed. You think about bread. You think about keeping your head down until this fever of events breaks, and as you slip into the side aisle, past saints who have seen worse and mosaics that refuse to blink, you can't help one final, quiet observation. For all the shouting and slicing and ceremony, the river was the only one who kept a straight face. Chapter 3. The tomb holds its breath. The river kept a straight face. Elsewhere, a tomb is trying not to. Let's talk about quiet that isn't. You stand in the stone belly of a cathedral, where the air is thick and summer has climbed down the stairs to nap on your chest. The floor sweats minerals. Beeswax candles drool onto iron brackets like sleepy ice cream. Everything smells like limestone, incense, and the warm, slightly judgmental breath of old wood. It is night, or near enough, the kind of hour when even saints blink slower. Under your feet a lead coffin rests inside a snug vault, the bishop inside folded like a complicated letter that was never mailed. Lead is soft. That's why rich people get it. You can hammer it shut and pretend that makes the whole situation tidy. The lid is soldered in a careful seam, then sealed with a ribbon of pitch that looks, in the right light, like a smile you don't trust. The monks arrive, one by one, robes whispering along stone. Their faces are the color of old parchment, wide-eyed in that particular monastic way that means both we are very calm and we are not okay. You can tell who drew the short straw because he's carrying the enormous key and pretending it isn't heavy. He holds it like a baby that might have opinions. You listen. At first, nothing. Just the soft hiss of candles and the ecclesiastical version of HVAC, a draft that has gotten really into Gregorian chant. Then it comes, from the sealed box a faint metallic ping, a long low groan, a squeak, like a very small mouse is trying to write its memoir with a rusty quill. The coffin shifts, just slightly, as if the stone shelf beneath it has thoughts. You don't jump. You drift backward a dignified half-step, which is acceptable because you are wearing shoes that were not designed for crisis. A monk swallows audibly. Another crosses himself so fast he nearly signs a check. The prior raises a hand in a motion that suggests this is fine. He has read about this. He once knew a man who said this was perfectly fine. Heat does things to what's inside. You know that. The monks don't. Not the way a city coroner in a police drama would, with sunglasses and a tragic backstory. They know what their noses know. Summer takes, and it doesn't ask. In the lead coffin, the bishop is giving off the gases that everyone gives off, eventually, when they are no longer sending letters or attending chapter meetings. In a world without diagrams, this becomes theology. The metal sighs again, a quiet breath. A long, thin ribbon of scent sneaks out from where the pitch is tired and rests on your tongue like an accusation. Someone whispers, "Purgatorium." The prior nods. Of course, the bishop, God keep him, was generous to the abbey, yes, but not, you know, excessively generous. He had a temper. He borrowed horses without returning them promptly. He liked pepper more than was strictly modest. Purgatory was always on the table. The coffin groans, a cramped stomach in a metal belly. And, because humans cannot resist a narrative, the sound becomes a story. The soul is wringing out the last drops of heat, climbing, prayer by prayer, up a ladder no one can see. The monks lean in, One of them smiles, the hopeful kind, as if he has just watched a friend send the world's longest voicemail, and now, finally, hang up. A small thud, the kind of soft pop you hear when a jar lid gives up pretending. Lead flexes, the seal burps. You think, with the treasonous clarity of the overtired, that the bishop has essentially become a medieval seltzer. You decide not to say this out loud because you like your job. Someone rings a handbell. Not the big bells, those would wake the whole town, and maybe God, who has office hours, but a little one, kept for emergencies, the spiritual equivalent of a polite cough. Prayers begin. Latin unspools in long, warm threads. It pools in the arches and gathers around your ankles. The words mean exactly what they always mean, but tonight they also mean, please let this be a good sign and not the other kind, because the other interpretation is lurking in the corridor like a cat. Sometimes, when bishops go kaboom, it's not grace. It's gossip, divine displeasure, the medieval version of a one-star review. You breathe through your mouth and listen to hope do its work. A monk with a soft voice reads a psalm that mentions deliverance. Another adds a collect about mercy, just in case. The prior speaks about the weight of glory, and you try not to look at the literal weight of lead. Someone cracks the hatch to a side window, and a thread of night pours in, cool and slightly fox-scented. The air moves. The candle flames lean like eavesdroppers. In your head you take attendance. The relics in the side chapel look on with carved indifference. The Virgin in blue half smiles, as if she has seen worse and will see better. The saints in the fresco keep doing their serene little hand gestures that mean either fear not or please direct your attention to this tasteful lily. The bishop, who is not expected to participate, participates anyway. A final sigh, a slow rubbery creak, as if the coffin is doing yoga badly. Then stillness. You have felt long meetings end with less finality. The prior turns to the brothers with a face that says he will now translate events into meaning, which is both his job and a hazard of the profession. He speaks softly about suffering, about the heat of purification, about prayers climbing like incense. He mentions that the bishop gave a plot of land by the mill to the abbey, which is not relevant to the physics of lead, but is extremely relevant to the physics of gratitude. Heads bob. Someone emits a very dignified sniffle. Outside, the town sleeps, or pretends to. A dog barks once and decides against a follow-up. The moon clings to the tower like a surprised coin. You think of Formosus and the river, of Rome's cool shrug. Not everyone gets the water. Some get the box. Both, in their own ways, are efficient. The prior dismisses the brothers to their palates, sending them away with the small treat of a story that ends well, or well enough to sleep. You linger with one other lay brother to snuff the candles. Each goes dark with a long sigh, smoke painting lazy question marks in the air. You close the iron gate to the crypt. The key complains, then complies. The stone keeps its secrets, because that is what stone does. On your way up, a line comes to you. Not quite a joke,
more a tired truth. In a heat wave, even theology is a pressure cooker. You keep it to yourself. It will be funnier in the morning. And besides, the bishop has already delivered the punchline. Chapter 4. The host files a complaint in red ink. Up the stairs from the crypt, the church yawns into morning. Let's talk about color that should not be here. The nave is a cooled pool of blue light, the sort that sneaks in before sunrise and borrows everything without leaving fingerprints. Linen lies across the altar like a fresh snowfall. The corporal, square and crisp, folded just so, because someone loves starch almost as much as they love God. You can smell damp stone, beeswax trying to remember it was once a bee, and a modest hint of last night's incense, which the air is still wearing like a shawl it refuses to return. A visiting priest stands at the altar. He is the kind of tired that makes bones talk. His hands tremble the way library lamps tremble when someone slams a heavy book down 3 rooms away. He has the look of a man who has been arguing with himself in Latin in the mirror, which, in fairness, is a lot of syllables to keep track of. Doubt has been tapping his shoulder for weeks about the words, about the bread, about the mystery that refuses to explain itself like a person with good manners. You watch him lift a host from the paten. It is small and white and shockingly light, as if baked from silence. He holds it over the clean square of linen. Somewhere in the church, a single swallow bickers with the rafters. The acolyte rings the little bell with all the grace of someone auditioning for panic. The priest draws breath, then the wafer blushes. Not politely, not the gentle color of cheeks that have gone for a brisk walk. A red, rich as a royal robe, and somehow too awake for this hour, wells from the center of the white like a confession. It beads, it swells, it tips itself onto gravity's waiting hand, and falls, a round drop that hits the linen with the softest sound a scandal can make. Another follows. A third is already practicing its signature. You have seen crushed berries make a similar promise on a tablecloth, but this is no fruit. It spreads with purpose, threads finding the warp like a map they studied before arriving. The stain grows in a flower that refuses to be botanical, a sudden rose whose petals are verdicts. The priest's face goes very still. There's a moment when disbelief, so carefully watered, is uprooted all at once. He looks like a man who just found his keys in the freezer and cannot explain why that feels like theology. Someone gasps, softly, which is the medieval equivalent of a live tweet. We need to be fair. Bread that sleeps in damp cupboards can grow a curious guest. Later centuries will name a bacterium that loves a starchy bed and makes a pigment redder than a cardinal's daydream. It will appear on loaves, on wafers, on pretty much anything humans forgot was a deli tray. A lab will shrug and show you an embarrassingly cheerful petri dish. But you are not in later centuries. You are here, where the linen is bleeding, and the priest you've been side-eyeing for weeks suddenly looks like he has swallowed a thunderclap. He stares at the host. His fingers, which know the choreography down to the incline of each knuckle, have now lost the beat. He lowers the wafer and sets it on the paten as if it might argue. He glances at the deacon. The deacon pretends to be a tree. The people in the front pews lean in, guiltless as cats. "Is it a sign?" someone whispers.
which is miraculous because no one has to add from whom. In this age, messages come in nature's handwriting, and red ink is God's favourite for notes in the margin. That a priest's doubt could pull colour from a wafer into linen is precisely the kind of cause and effect diagram medieval minds draw quickly and confidently. You cannot blame them. When your world is a tapestry and threads tug back, you call it meaning, not moisture. The priest exhales. The breath leaves him like a prayer that took the scenic route and got lost. His lips shape the words more carefully now, vowels like smooth stones laid across a stream. He is both terror and relief. Terror, because how could it happen? Relief, because now he does not have to manufacture belief from thin air. Thin air has manufactured this. The choir, who are expecting a small, ordinary step into mystery, find themselves on a staircase. Their voices rise, then soften, then pour themselves out beneath the beam where the light is practicing being gold. A child peeks over the railing of a pew and sees only seriousness and the promise of a story at dinner. A grandmother closes her eyes and files the moment under, "See, I told you." The red spreads with the etiquette of ink on cotton. It does not drip dramatically onto the floor, because this is a sacred mess, and even miracles have standards. A server snares a clean linen and holds it as one holds a newborn argument. The priest lifts the now marked corporal around the stain, hands steady, because they have decided to be. He sets it aside like a fragile truth, and draws another cloth into place with the care of someone who has been allowed a do-over. You stand very still and think of Bolsena, the rumour that travels faster than mules, of a Bohemian cleric, and a corporal that went on to live in Orvieto, a piece of linen turned into a pilgrimage. You think of feasts that bloom from doubt, and the hemming of cloth held up to public awe, and how a bishop once held up a square of red proof in a sunlit piazza, and nobody asked for a culture swab. You breathe. The incense returns, offered quickly and generously, as if smoke can pad the room with gentleness. It helps. Smoke always helps. The priest's voice settles into a cadence exact as footsteps to bed. And if you came to church this morning with that itch for certainty that all humans get, you are being scratched by a very specific fingernail. The Mass finds its way to the end like a river that has remembered its mouth. The linen sits on a side table now, poised to be escorted to a sacristy, then to a bishop, then to a chest, then to a procession, then to a story that will acquire adjectives the way cloaks acquire moths. In a few days, someone with confidence will name it a miracle. In a few years, someone with ink will write it down. In a few centuries, someone with a microscope will purse their lips and say, "Well, actually." All of them will be true in their own way. For now the church is quiet again, but not the same quiet you met, the kind that hums under the skin like a secret that has decided to be kind. You help fold spare lemons and avoid the red, the way one avoids stepping on chalk hopscotch lines, out of respect for rules the world made up and then loved.
You think with the sleepy satisfaction of a story turning itself, that sometimes bread needs to be dramatic because people are, and that's all right. Outside, the day has finally arrived, unwrapping itself slowly, like a saint with a sense of timing. You open the door to light and air that smell like water, and when you look back, the altar looks smaller, the stain more contained, your doubt less noisy. The swallow in the rafters decides the sermon is over and goes for breakfast. So do you. Chapter 5. The Cellar's Parade Float of Regret. Let's go downstairs. You promised yourself breakfast, something uncontroversial, a heel of bread that doesn't faint at the sight of its own crumbs. Maybe a sip of ale that thinks it's a vegetable. The house's trapdoor yawns open like a yawn you can walk through, and the ladder complains with the joints of a retired knight. Cellar air rolls up in a cool wave, stone cold, mushroom-flavored, with a top note of someone forgot a turnip in September and it became a philosophy. Your fingers find the rough of the rung, the splinter that threatens friendship, and then your feet are on tamped earth that holds winter the way a miser holds coins. Light pools in from the hatch above, soft as milk, and takes one look at the corners and decides it will not be visiting them today. Barrels sit with their feet in old damp, hoops freckled with rust like they've been blushing for decades. A line of onions hangs from a beam like monks at recreation. Silent, papery, faintly judgmental. A sack of flour slumps against the wall, dreaming of a better life as bread, and the broom leans nearby, retired from its duties after a long career in explaining boundaries to straw. You hear it before you see it. Not scurry, not the polite patter of one rat auditioning for dinner. A squeaking chorus tangled into itself, a sound like wet leather arguing, and beneath it the sticky lick of something being dragged across ground that doesn't want to participate. You angle the candle. Shadows bloom, then peel back. There, in the corridor between the barrels and the cool larder shelf, is a collective noun of rats, a solution of rats, a problem set of rats. It is a mass, a small city council of fur and teeth, fused together at their tails, hard with dirt, blood, and the kind of freezing mud that turns everything it meets into a regrettable sculpture. They move as one organism, not gracefully, more like a committee trying to fit through a single doorway, squeaking in a tangle of complaints. Each rat attempts north, east, and personal growth at the same time. The tails, twisted and set by winter's glue, have other plans. It drags itself forward in jerks, a grotesque parade float of disease that did not file for a permit. You stare. They stare back, tiny eyes glossy with the eternal rat suspicion that the universe is a cat. The candle flame flinches. Somewhere above, floorboards creak as the household negotiates porridge. Down here, your breakfast feels postponed by a morality play you didn't audition for. Medieval minds are excellent at reading margins. Calves are born with 2 heads? Sign. A comet scribbles fire across the sky? Sign. Bread bleeds? You just saw it. So what do you call a living knot of rats, trudging like penitents through your pantry? In an age that loves symbols, this one has the subtlety of a cathedral bell. Sin, plague, a memo in vermin. You know what plague is now. Later centuries will learn the name of the flea and the bacterium it chauffeurs, and they will shrug at how tidy the story is, small teeth and smaller passengers. But you don't get later centuries today. You get squeaks. You get the cold logic of superstition that has kept many a villager alive by telling them when to panic. Someone will run for a priest and a bucket. Someone will cross themselves, and then the cellar, in that order. Someone will suggest the rat catcher, who in these parts is a man with a net, a dog, and a sense of vocation bordering on romance. Let's talk about pest control. It is not humane. It is not efficient. And it mostly resembles slapstick. No spring-loaded snares, no tidy poison that comes with a warning label in 5 languages. Just traps of wood and will, pits baited with anything persuasive, and a demanding relationship with your cat's job satisfaction. Cats are present, yes, but their union has strict rules about wage, petting, and being asked to confront a collective bargaining unit of rats fused into a medieval friendship bracelet. Your household cat eyes the mass, adjusts its whiskers to no thank you, and promotes itself to management. The broom makes a small cough that sounds like, "I'm retired." You edge closer anyway, curiosity on a leash. Frost and filth have welded these tales into a single braided treaty, the way cords in your kitchen drawer become a Gordian knot by listening to gossip. It does happen, now and then, in winter burrows and unlucky spaces, and most people who find such a thing do not publish. They go still. They go backwards. They go get help. You, because you are awake in the part of morning that belongs to mistakes, crouch. The smell is a catalogue you didn't ask to flip through, iron and meat, earth that got ideas, the sharp musk of rodent pragmatism. You can taste it, faintly, in how the back of your throat suddenly remembers you forgot to drink water. The candle throws a polite oval of light onto the ground, and the rats' shadows swing as one. They lurch. One small grey acrobat tries to peel away from the cluster and discovers physics has a different plan. It squeals like a hinge trying to confess. You think of omens, because everyone does. The priest upstairs got his red punctuation mark at the altar. Down here, you get the footnote. It is not as glamorous, but it wears the same handwriting. You are not in charge. You share your house with teeth. Also, wash your hands, a suggestion centuries premature and yet evergreen. You consider the options. Fetch water? It will freeze its little intentions before it reaches the stairs. Salt? Very expensive to waste on interpretive vermin. Fire? Absolutely not. This house has opinions about kindling already, and you plan to continue owning it. The plan, then, is containment. You turn an empty barrel, roll it gently, tilt, coax, choreograph. The mass squeals its review of your technique. You speak to it softly because you speak softly to everything that scares you, even when it cannot be reassured. "All right," you say, voice low, the way you would talk to a horse that's thinking about a life choice. "All right, that's enough theater." With a final wobble, the rat knot slumps into the barrel. You right it. The lid finds its groove with a dusty click, and the sound your shoulders make is relief. Outside, the frost is still rehearsing noon, and there's a ditch that would love an unscheduled delivery. Later, the rat catcher can collect the barrel and call it a day's wage. Now, you sit down on a sack of something starchy, heart jogging, and listen to the quiet arrive like a friend who doesn't need to knock. It occurs to you that this is, in fact, the most accurate metaphor for community you've ever seen. Everyone wants a different direction. Everyone is tied up in circumstances that make no sense, and yet somehow the group moves, slowly, loudly, toward the pantry. You resolve to be the broom, retired, dignified, and only involved when absolutely necessary. You blow the candle once, twice, watch the smoke twist itself into a ribbon that vanishes into the ladder's well. Upstairs, someone calls your name with the promise of something warm in a bowl. You lift the barrel by the rim and begin the slow pilgrimage toward daylight, steps careful, breath a steady metronome. This will be a story later, told quietly, with more gestures than adjectives. There will be nodding. There will be salt thrown, just a pinch at thresholds. Breakfast, you think, has earned an encore, and maybe 2 onions will volunteer to be soup. Chapter 6. The Hill That Invented a Fountain Out of Grief. Let's talk about wells. Because after a morning that involved a barrel of collective rat ambition and a vow to become the broom, water suddenly feels like a cleaner topic. Outside, your breath makes small clouds like embarrassed ghosts. Frost writes its cursive across hedges. Your boots remember last year's repairs and decide to test them. And your mind, still jet-lagged from the cellar's parade float of regret, drifts to a story everyone knows. The way everyone knows which turnip is the landlord's favourite. A story about a nobleman who tried romance with a sword and got theology instead. You blink, and the lane becomes a hill in Wales, where consonants grow on trees, and the air tastes like slate and sheep. It is Sunday, in the time before anyone has invented Sunday brunch, just the kind with church bells and chewing. You are there, because you are always there when the village tells itself a lesson. Dew beads on grass like the hill has been sweating quietly, and the church of St. Bruno sits with its back to the wind, a stone animal resting. Winifred runs. You can hear her, the soft drum of feet in shoes that were never meant for sprinting, the desperate stitch of breath. She is young enough to believe the world can be negotiated with, old enough to know men called Caradog cannot. She is headed for the church because that is where safety lives in stories, behind doors that once made foxes and kings behave. No, she has said, the most medieval and modern word in any language. It hangs in the air like a bell note. Caradog, all creak and swagger, follows. He is polished where the hill is not. A nobleman whose armour could double as a mirror if you wanted to check whether fear has done something odd to your eyebrows. He calls her name, the way a hawk calls rabbit, which is to say optimistically and without empathy. You feel the altar prayer hush of a moment that will be explained later to children. Softly, with hands around their ears. He is fast, because thunder is fast. Steel breathes once. Winifred's head falls and the world flinches. The body kneels like it has only just learned the word for grief. In every version, the details adjust their hems. But this part is always the same. The ground where her head lands does something water would later call destiny. It bursts. Not politely, not like a well-behaved spring that trickles in Latin. It arrives like an argument you can drink, clear and urgent, kicking loose pebbles and small ambitions. It hisses and then sings, the way water sings when it recognizes rock as choreography. A circle of cold turns the grass into a green fringe for a new eye of the earth. The smell is tin bright and clean enough to subtract a decade from your lungs. It's as if the hill had been saving a secret all winter and decided now was dramatic enough. You stand too close, because you always stand too close to important things. And a fine mist freckles your face. It is almost warm against the day, or maybe that's the shock of it standing next to your very old, very human fear. The streamlets chatter away as if they have appointments. You've seen puddles become mirrors. You've never seen sorrow become a plumbing solution. Caradog watches his reflection ripple in the water he didn't plan on, the nobleman suddenly outnumbered by physics and consequences. In some tellings he collapses as if struck by the world's most personal lightning. In others, the ground has him for lunch. In this one, he takes one step back and discovers edges have opinions. He is done, efficiently, by whatever department handles poetic justice. Overnight, the gossip will file this under divine punishment, swift response unit. People in the Middle Ages love a smite with good timing. It's satisfying, like a well-set custard. Biuno arrives. He is a saint already in the practical way, more mender than thunderer, the kind of man who can coax humility out of a goat. He does not shout. He takes Winifred's head in his hands, the way you would lift a precious bowl your neighbour swears is unbreakable. He places it back where it belongs, and says words that unmake despair. The seam knits. A ring of white later lives there as a signature, and Winifred breathes as if she's been under water all day and just remembered the surface. In some days ahead she will take the veil, and her life will be a long kind of astonishment. Today it is enough that wind moves through trees as if to say, "Right, that's better." You crouch by the water. It tastes like coins before they've met pockets, like clean stone, like the kind of promise you could put in a flask and walk with for miles. People will. This place, Holywell, will be a destination on feet that have never left the county, and on feet that have seen the coast. Pilgrims will come with their aches and their extremely specific knees, and they will climb down into the water with the seriousness of taxis. Some will swear the stones hold red in their seams from that first day's blood. Some will tell you with the authority of a cousin who knows a bishop that eels live under the grating and have been known to judge character. In centuries when glass is rarer than a good landlord, a stone canopy will rise over the spring like a jeweled umbrella, star-patterned and earnest, because even miracles appreciate architecture. People will hang small pewter badges from their cloaks, tiny wells to tell the world where they've been. They'll fill little flasks, ampullae, with water and tie them to belts. Medieval hydration meets souvenir stand. You can picture it. The line, the quiet, the whisper of wool, the splashing that sounds like prayer trying not to be obvious. You run a finger along the edge where water and land negotiate. It's cold enough to remind your bones of who's in charge. It's also kinder than most power. In a world where corpses sometimes misbehave loudly to prove a theological point, here is a miracle that just helps. No explosion, no lecture. Just a spring, as if the planet apologizes for men like Caradog by installing a tap. You think of how often the Middle Ages were thirsty, for rain, for answers, for a reason the harvest got ideas and left. Wells were survival and rumor, both. Toss a bucket and pull up gossip about saints. Relief comes in ropes and winches. Faith arrives in the tin cup that clinks against your teeth. It's very human, which is a compliment for once. A leaf tumbles into the pool and becomes philosophy as it spins on its own axis, very proud of its future as silt. You watch it and feel the rhythm of your breath become the rhythm of slow water. The hillside smells of iron and wool and a hint of sanctity, which is a lot like noon when the bakery opens. Later, after the pilgrims, after the badges, after the eels have given their final performance notes, someone will ask, "Did it really happen?" And someone else will shrug in the affectionate way of people who need what they're saying to be true. Meanwhile, you have water on your fingers, a girl who lived, and a nobleman who learned you cannot swing a sword at destiny and expect not to be corrected. You stand. Your boots squelch in the satisfied way of leather that has opinions about wetlands. The spring keeps talking. The hill keeps listening. And you begin the walk back down with the thirst you didn't notice easing. If anyone asks what you were doing, you can say truthfully, hydrating, also witnessing. The village will be glad to hear this one again at supper. It pairs well with onions, and unlike the rat barrel, it requires no lid. Chapter 7. The stake that sent Calendar invites upward. Let's talk about fire. After the hill that invented a fountain out of grief, the universe, never one for subtlety, offers you the other element and says, balance. Water that soothed, and now ablaze, that schedules appointments. You step from the wet breath of Wales to the crisp mouth of Paris, 1314, where the Seine braids itself around islands, and Notre Dame rings like an enormous brass heartbeat. The air is a recipe, damp wool, chestnuts roasting, a hint of tanneries doing medieval chemistry, and smoke deciding to be everyone's problem. You stand with a crowd on a small spit of land off the Ile de la Cité, the execution place tucked beside the king's own house, because if you're going to make a point, proximity helps. The stake is tall, an exclamation mark carved from wood, already dark with earlier sentences. Bundles of kindling lean against it like nervous courtiers. The river slides by with the patience of old silver, reflecting sky and rumor. Paris is always a chorus. Today it's singing in a minor key. They bring him out, Jacques de Molay, old but not small. His beard is its own weather, a white drape that makes you think of frost on a November hedge. Hands bound, shoulders squared, he moves like a door that still knows its hinges. Once he commanded a brotherhood that was a strange medieval hybrid. Warrior monks who could pray in Latin and also manage your deposit faster than you could say usury waiver. They built fortresses and invented international banking in between vows. They had a logo, a dress code, and a brand reputation you could charge interest on. And then they had a king with debts. Philip IV, Philip the Fair, which described his cheekbones more than his accounting, had waged expensive wars. He liked shiny things like governance and also money. The Templars had inconvenient quantities of the latter. On a Friday the 13th in 1307, Paris woke to the medieval version of a corporate raid with extra incense. Doors banged, seals were broken, and men in white mantles were walked out without their swords or their dignity. Confessions were coaxed with instruments that would make your dentist look like a poet. Trials were held, quietly and loudly, depending on who was listening. Jacques confessed, then unsaid the confession when the air stopped smelling like iron. Today, recantation fresh as spring nettles, he is back in front of the crowd, because nothing encourages swift justice like a schedule to keep. You edge closer, the way you always do, letting the roasted chestnut warmth kiss your cheeks, even as the damp river air tugs it away. A cart creaks. Somewhere a dog decides philosophically to stare at the water. The executioner moves with the unhurried efficiency of a man who does this often enough to have notes. The wood is stacked, the rope is checked. Flame comes on like a shy guest, then remembers who it is. Jacques lifts his head. His voice is not large, but it has spine. You watch words rise into the smoke, sentences finding the ribs of the sky. He proclaims the innocence of his order, as cleanly as a bell. Then, like a man forwarding an email to management, he declares a meeting. Clement, Philip, he says, not like a child naming kings, but like a colleague confirming calendars. Before God, within the year. The crowd inhales the way crowds do when the script takes a turn. This is the Middle Ages. The spiritual bureaucracy is as real as your landlord, and considerably less flexible. Inviting a pope and a king to an exit interview with the Almighty is bold. It is also very on brand for a Grand Master who has run out of worldly appeals and has moved to the top floor. The wind shifts. Ash tastes like the ghost of toast. You think of how different fire feels from that Welsh spring. Water offers quiet corrections. Fire writes in capitals. The flames begin their slow arithmetic, adding heat, subtracting options. You feel it on your shins, the same way you feel a bakery door open. Jacques prays in a language that looks good carved in stone. He does not scream curses the way taverns will later remember. He simply sets the appointment and stands inside it. Paris watches. The towers of the palace watch with their stone eyelids. Across the water, Notre Dame minds her bells, which will outlive all of you. Someone in the crowd mutters that the Templars were heretics. Someone else mutters that kings are expensive. You, expert at minding your own business in dangerous decades, keep your expression neutral and your ears open. The executioner does what his job says on the tin. The river keeps being profoundly not impressed. And then, because history has excellent timing, the calendar starts to oblige. In Avignon, where popes now keep their slippers far from Roman politics and closer to French pastries, Clement V will slip quietly off the edge of April before the month is done. Chroniclers will have a feast day with it. Some will even whisper that fire found him in death, too, a stray blaze at a funeral drapery nibbling him like celestial irony. Was it an accident? Almost certainly. Will people insist it was a Yelp review from heaven? Absolutely. By autumn, when the leaves in the forests of Fontainebleau decide to imitate gold coins and then abandon all fiscal responsibility, Philip will go hunting and decline to return. A stroke, perhaps, or a horse deciding that even kings have gravity. Either way, the meeting is kept. The year obediently closes its file. If you think your group chat thrives on drama, imagine Parisian gossip when two of the most powerful men on earth RSVP attending to a summons issued by a man on a pile of kindling. In the wake, people will start calling Philip's line the accursed, because once a curse works twice, you might as well make it a franchise. Suns will have short reigns and odd exits. Coincidence is a quiet beast. Legend is a peacock. The story will dress itself accordingly. You nod, because the Middle Ages are good at mailing you a moral with no return address. Be careful whom you set on fire. He might set your calendar on fire back. Everything smells like oak and consequence. The Seine sighs under bridges that look like stone knitting. The last sparks lift and fall like indecisive fireflies. You wrap your cloak tighter and think about how the same century can give you a spring born from a saint's emergency and a curse born from a knight's last breath. Hydration, retribution, and the peculiar medieval belief that the universe is paying attention to details. You start back along the quay, the cobbles clicking underfoot like a polite applause for the day being over. Behind you, the island shrugs back into being an island. Ahead, bakers draft bread out of darkness. You look up at the cathedral and decide she looks like she's heard worse. Somewhere, a clerk writes today's names into a ledger, and somewhere else, a monk writes them into a prayer. Both are trying to be accurate. Some meetings you dread, some you schedule, and some, apparently, you announce to the sky as if heaven is running your HR department. Either way, the minutes get taken. And in the Middle Ages, the minutes have a way of catching fire. Chapter 8. The Bird That Sniffed Bad News. Let's talk about breathing. Fire writes in capitals, but the air keeps the receipts. You step away from the glowing stake and the hot grammar of justice, and into a street that believes silence is a form of hygiene. Paris has tucked itself in. Shutters think hard about loyalty. Somewhere a cat, an employee of the night shift, pads like punctuation across a roofline. The river exhales. You exhale. The city, being contrary, inhales something worse. He is there before you register him. A dark column in a darker lane, coat glossy with wax like a candle that grew legs, hat brim wide enough to cast shade on the moon. The mask is beaked, a thin wooden nose stuffed with herbs and confidence, rosemary, lavender, rue, maybe a shred of orange peel if he's feeling optimistic or has a friend who smuggles citrus. He holds a staff that is less walking stick and more, touch this with me instead of with my hands. It clicks the cobbles the way a metronome clicks regret. You pause, because when a bird-faced figure is haunting a medieval street, your night is suddenly very specific. And yes, before you write an angry letter with a quill, your brain whispers the correction. The famous beak is a later fashion, codified by a French court physician in the 1600s. Early modern rather than high medieval. In 1348, most physicians swaddle themselves in layered cloth, vinegar-soaked scarves, and bravado. But that's the mask history has picked for plague in your imagination, so it's arrived early to the party like an anxious guest. The Middle Ages won't mind borrowing a preview if it helps the point land. Medicine is afraid, and it is dressed accordingly. The smell drifts first, something like a herb garden pursued by a wine cellar, with undertones of tallow and old wood. The beak is a personal diffuser, a portable meadow jammed onto a nose. He's carrying a pomander too, a little perforated globe loaded with spices, which he swings slightly, as if fanning away the possibility of death with a cinnamon breeze. Miasma is the working theory, the idea that bad air does bad things, and if you perfume the air aggressively enough, the universe will get confused and wander off. It's not correct. No one will shake hands with Yersinia pestis until the 1890s. But it is tidy, and it smells expensive. You step closer on the condition that you will step away if your shadow changes its mind. The staff bumps a door, then the heel of a shoe abandoned like a thought someone dropped. The city is sick. Not in a dramatic, staged way. No shrieking. Paris is too tired for operas tonight. But in the quiet, administrative way that spreads through ledgers and bread lines. The bell that tolled for Jacques tolled for other names all afternoon. Priests have started losing their voices from saying Amen too often and too fast. You know the rumours. They reproduce faster than rats, which is saying something. Some say Jews, poisoned wells. The city, bored of nuance, has tried being violent about it. Others say this is God's memo about sin, a divine performance review. Others still whisper about bad conjunctions of planets, because why not blame Mars if you don't want to blame your hygiene? Meanwhile, in houses with shutters pinned closed, people keep taking inventory of their lymph nodes,
like medieval accountants of doom. The doctor moves. The coat creaks like a sail in a timid wind. Wax is a protective ambition. Liquids bead and roll, as if contamination can be made to think twice. He taps the staff on a lintel. It's a notice. Physician is coming through. Please keep your contagion inside your own geometry. The staff is useful, as all props are in a nervous play. It can lift a blanket edge, nudge a wrist for a pulse, herd relatives back a pace. It is also a polite way to touch without touching. Social distancing is not new, it's just less Instagrammable. You fall into step because you have the bad habit of making yourself an extra in other people's tragedies. He doesn't look at you. His vision funnels through glass circles that fog when he speaks. When he does, it is quiet and practical. He asks how long the fever, whether the swellings are in the groin or the armpit, if there's been vomiting or only the cough. You can tell he has learned to ask fast. He has also learned where not to breathe. Inside, the air is a thickness, tallow, bodies, the metallic edge of fear. A woman lies with a cool cloth on her forehead that only remembers being cool. Her daughter knits and unkinks her fingers constantly, as if hoping dexterity can be persuasive. The swellings, buboes because Latin likes to cosplay as precision, claim their real estate. You look the way you always do, then choose to look somewhere else. The doctor dips a bit of bread in vinegar and holds it to the woman's lips, waits until she swallows, like a person deciding whether swallowing is worth the effort. He prescribes Theriac, if anyone can afford a bottle the size of a memory. He also prescribes prayer, because hope never goes out of stock. Outside again, you both breathe, which counts as optimism. He adjusts the beak slightly. The herbs shift with a private whisper. Little leaves arguing about whose turn it is to be brave. People have started wearing sprigs of rue on their hats, posies in their sleeves, vinegar sponges tied at the wrist like tragic corsages. If the world is poison, be your own apothecary. You catch yourself thinking about modern office diffusers and faintly judgmental eucalyptus, and how the Middle Ages would have adored a USB port for aromatherapy. The staff clicks on, and you two cross a square where the carts paused earlier, to unload what can only be referred to as the day's outcomes. Sometimes the bodies have bled from the nose. Sometimes they look as if sleep misfiled them. And once in a while, a swollen belly gives up a sigh of gas and moves in a way the living shouldn't. People swear they've seen corpses explode. Usually it's the simple chemistry of decay, but in a city that reads omens the way you read emails, anything loud in the presence of a priest acquires theological subtitles. Divine punctuation, the chroniclers call it, as if God is editing your paragraph with dramatic flair. At the edge of the square, the doctor pauses. He is not heroic in the ballad's sense. He is tired and waxed, and smells like an herb garden auditioning for sainthood. But he keeps walking into rooms where air has lost its manners, and he keeps tapping things with a stick so he doesn't have to risk a hand he will need tomorrow. You realize this outfit, anachronistic in its beak, correct in its caution, is less costume than an honest mood. The human tendency to armor ourselves in anything that makes an indifferent universe look negotiable. You tuck your scarf higher without meaning to. Note the way your breath warms the wool, and think of all the ways people defend themselves. With law and curses, with fire and calendars, with recipes for vinegar and little birds on their faces. The wind changes, carries a ribbon of rosemary past your mouth, and for a heartbeat the city tastes like a garden trying to be useful. You follow the staff's rhythm out of the square. Behind you the bells practice sorrow without rehearsal. Ahead shutters admit a sliver of light, then decide against it. The night is a careful animal. You walk in it anyway, smelling like courage and salad, both of which, frankly, could use the company. Chapter 9. The lanterns that RSVP for your funeral. Let's talk about walking. The staff's slow metronome fades behind you. Paris folds up like a map, and the road unspools west until the language grows hills. Wales rises out of the night like a careful whisper. Your shoes learn moss. The air gets thoughtful, damp in a way that feels like it's tasting you back. Fog arranges itself in tiers, low for the hedgerows, higher for the sheep, highest for secrets, until even the moon seems to tiptoe. You crest a little ridge where the trees hold their breath, and there it is, a churchyard clutched by yews that have been old longer than your best excuses. The stones lean like villagers in a gossip. A lich-gate crouches at the path, wooden and patient, the official doorway for everything that goes in and doesn't argue about coming back out. And over the marsh road beyond the wall, hovering as if remembering how to be birds, drift the lights. They're the size of lanterns, just the size your brain is calibrated to trust, and absolutely silent. They move with the kind of confidence that suggests they've read the itinerary. One pauses as if checking a list. Another glides a few yards, then waits for a smaller one to catch up, like an older sibling teaching someone shorter how to be ominous. They are not bright. They are not a performance. They are simply there, pale as a thought, soft as if the night is exhaling with punctuation. You know they're Latin because you've picked up bad habits and phrases. Ignis fatuus, the foolish fire, the will-o'-the-wisp. Here the Welsh give them a better job title, Canwyll Corff, the corpse candle. They are not candles in the hardware sense, any more than a plague doctor's beak is an actual bird, but they behave as if they're employed by ceremony. People here say that before a death, these little lights go out walking the route the body will take, from cottage door to church path to grave, the whole journey pre-approved and street-lit. If the light is small, perhaps a child, if larger, an adult. Some say a blood-red light for a man, pale for a woman, blue-white, when grief will be very small and very heavy. The future, politely previewed. From the marsh comes a breath of rot and water. Something chemical and old is farting under the mud, the methane and phosphine of wet, busy decay. Gases that sometimes do what gas loves to do, look for company,
find oxygen, make a tiny pact. Sometimes they combust, sometimes they glow. Sometimes your eyes put halos on the dampness because the human retina cheats when it's bored. Science will later arrive in boots and declare theories. The Middle Ages will nod because it already has one. God puts post-it notes in the dark where you can't miss them. You stand and watch. It's cheaper than sleep and twice as informative. The lights do not flicker the way a candle does when it panics. They swim. They pass over a gap in the hedge and don't stop to think about it, which is how you know they are not lanterns and not people carrying them. They hover in places your feet remember as soggy. The marsh road is a generous phrase. It's a suggestion with puddles. You think about modern navigation and how your phone sometimes sends you through a lake because a map forgot about winter. This is like that, except the map is prophetic and smells slightly of eggs. A door somewhere unfastens. A woman steps into the fog with her shawl over both elbows, because arms can be indecent when you're negotiating with a future. She watches the lights with the blank, practical face of someone already making lists. Bread, candles, who to fetch, which psalm. She doesn't cry. The crying will have its turn. For now there is a job. Witness the announcement. Accept it like a letter handed to your name. In this part of the world, when the corpse candles go by, you don't wave and you don't chase them, unless you'd like to audition for a cautionary tale. You stand to the side and let the news pass. You edge along the wall, fingers touching lichen that feels like the church's beard. From inside the yew shade, the graveyard smells sweet and tannic, as if someone brewed tea from rain and iron. A crow coughs an opinion and then loses interest. The fog makes your hair inventive. You try to be quiet in your bones. If you were the sort to write laws for ghosts, Wales has already done the administrative work. Old paths called churchways stitch the hills together. Directors' honesty. Carts don't use them. Shoes do. The lights love them. You've heard the rules. Never block a churchway. Never build across it. Or you'll find a door that won't stay shut, and a pig that won't stop screaming at nothing. Folk here treat these paths like invisible public rights of way for the dead and their little advance team. It's zoning, but metaphysical. You think about modern notifications, and how your phone offers updates you didn't ask for. A sale on socks. A stranger's opinion about a different stranger's dinner. Breaking news about a celebrity's haircut. The corpse candles are an older interface. They opt out only in the sense that no one asked for them, and somehow that is the point. Imagine if your alerts floated down your street at midnight, sized to your mistake, dressed in fog. You would use Do Not Disturb with religious conviction. You don't get that here. Here, if the light stops at your hedge, you light your own lamp, because someone will need help. This isn't spectacle. It's logistics with theology. A fox trots across the road, insulted by all this professionalism, and vanishes like a red thought. The lights consider a fork and choose the lower way, which is brave and also boggy. You remember the other tradition. The foolish fire loves to lead travellers astray, and every county has a tale about a drunk who followed a friendly glow into a ditch and baptized his hat. The Welsh version is politer. The lights aren't malicious, they're informative. If you go where they're going, that's on you. You are not invited. Please do not RSVP to your own funeral. You circle to the lich gate. Careful where you put your weight. The gate's roof is beaded with drips that will fall if you say the wrong word. The timbers know more names than you ever will. Somewhere a bell gives a single patient note, not an alarm, more like a reminder to sit up straight when the priest is watching. The lights reach the church path and pause, as if remembering their lines. Then, one by one, they dim. Not a snuffing, more an agreement to be elsewhere. The fog stays. The road stays. Your breath makes a small cloud that tries to be important and fails. When nothing is glowing, the night rearranges itself into ordinary darkness and pretends it was always like this. You rub your hands together because that's what people do when they have run out of useful gestures. Out in the marsh, the air blubs as if a giant is tasting soup. You decide to take the long way round, the dry way, the path that doesn't promise anything. You do not mind that your detour adds 20 minutes to your walk. You are highly motivated not to open messages you cannot close. Chapter 10. The night's longest conga line. Let's talk about dancing. You slip under the lich gate because roofs make you feel temporarily immortal, and cross the churchyard where the grass has invented a new form of wet. The corpse candles have done their RSVP thing and gone home to charge, and the moon decides this is the right moment to take attendance. It presses a pearly thumbprint on the clouds, and everything gets very legible. Yews lean inward like old women who know the ending. Stones tilt their hats, and on the south wall of the church, faded, flaking, determined, you find the party the lights were announcing. It's a mural, late medieval limewash that someone once pushed into fresh plaster, as if teaching a wall to gossip. The subject is not coy. A line of figures snakes across the stones. Skeleton, bishop, skeleton, king, skeleton, merchant, skeleton, peasant. Hands are held in a polite chain that reads like a conga line designed by a moralist. The bones grin because it's the only expression available. The living look like people in an office who've been told by HR, this is team building. A rib cage fiddles. Another skeleton bangs a little drum with a femur that used to be someone's commute. If you listen hard enough, you can almost hear the tune, upbeat, relentless, suspiciously in 4/4, like a hymn that put on dancing shoes. You step closer. The pigments have aged into the palette of old bread, umbers and dusty reds, a blue that remembers it was once expensive. A king in a crown has the resigned face of a man who just realized the guest of honor is not impressed by crowns. His hand is in death's hand, and that is that. Beside him, a priest with a pointed hat, some painter's best guess at a mitre, looks like he's explaining doctrine to a pelvis. The merchant clutches a purse he will not be invoicing again. The peasant holds a hoe, which feels both honest and ironic. There's a child. There's a mother. There's a knight with a chin the mural really believed in. They're all going the same direction, because there is only one. Beneath some of the pairs, you can still make out scraps of verse, little couplets that once rhymed in Middle English or French or Latin, the wall's version of a comments section. You can't read all of it, but you get the gist. As I am, so shall you be. Classic late medieval copywriting. Effective, minimal, slightly passive-aggressive. The wall doesn't care about your schedule. It is not an inspirational quote about living your best life. It's a calendar reminder that your best life has fine print. The thing about these paintings is that they're everywhere once Europe learns how to say plague with a capital P. Charnel houses, cloisters, the long corridors where monks perfected pacing, all got the memo. Paint death as fair and busy. In Paris, a famous version danced along the Cimetière des Innocents. In Basel, they did a whole series, like box sets. In Lübeck, death managed an organ recital. Even where you are now, in this Welsh pocket where fog files its own taxes, someone mixed pigment with egg, sketched a cartoon, and called the whole congregation over on a Sunday to look at the new wallpaper. Sermon finished? No refunds. There's a reason this hit soft and hard at once. The plague came through like a travelling salesperson with excellent closing rates. You know how your work calendar sometimes turns into a Russian nesting doll of meetings? That, but with funerals. People learned quick that titles don't shelter you from biology. So churches put it on the wall to save the priest's voice. The message is simple enough to understand and complicated enough to reroute your priorities. No matter your badge, you're in the line. Be kind. Make a will. Don't be tedious. You run your fingers over the plaster, not touching, just hovering like you're trying to shake hands with history without leaving a smudge. The lime wash has a soft, chalky glow that makes you think of bone and moonlight having an agreement. Someone would have drafted this with charcoal, then gone in with brushes made from a careless animal and the patience of a person who believed paint could be a prayer. The wall breathes. Old stone always does. Exhaling cold you can taste. In the middle of it all, death plays a rebec, that bow-legged cousin of a violin that sounds like a cat politely scrubbing its whiskers. Another skeleton raises an hourglass, the medieval equivalent of a loading bar you cannot click. Time is passing, says the glass. No app will notify you. It's your job to notice. Ever tried to argue with sand? Exactly. You get the sense that everyone here understands the choreography differently. The king looks like he wants to sit this one out and take a short throne break. The bishop seems to be composing a statement. The merchant is calculating depreciation on his own existence. The peasant sighs the sigh of someone who's been warmed up for this by winter and taxes. They're all equally bad at dancing, which is the point. No one gets to lead. Death leads. If this were a modern wedding reception, it would be the part where the DJ announces the electric slide and you tell your knees you love them but they're not invited. A bat draws a quiet underline across the scene. Somewhere, a mouse interrogates a communion crumb. You stand there and feel very gently audited. The danse macabre is less a threat than a shrug. It does not say, "Fear me." It says, "Join when ready." Everyone does. The fear comes later, usually around 3 in the morning when your brain runs slideshows. For now, it's mostly logistics again. The wall making sure you don't mistake costume for skeleton. You think about modern equalizers, algorithms, gravity, customer service hold music. None of them are as efficient or as honest. The medieval solution to anxiety wasn't to suppress it, it was to paint it big and then keep walking. You finish. The goat stew, you mend the roof that leaks only when it rains. You milk something that disapproves of you, and you look at the wall on the way to church because it reminds you not to be terrible before breakfast. Back by the door there's a little extra figure the painter squeezed in, a jester in bells giving side-eye to the king as if to say, "See, I told you." In some versions, death grabs the jester first. In this one, they're mid-wink. You'd complain about the tone if it wasn't so helpful. Humor is the last warm thing in the room when the fire gives up. You step away from the mural, and the moon politely dims, as if it knows you've read the caption. Somewhere inside the church a draft flips a page in a service book. The skeletons keep holding hands in a line that does not end, because walls do not run out of patience. You bow, because it feels correct, and because the yous are watching. Then you go, because you still have to sleep, and because, frankly, you are not ready to do the conga. Chapter 11. The Lake That Smelled Like Theology. Let's talk about hot water. Not the metaphorical kind that happens when you reply all, but the kind the earth makes when it's feeling musical. You've left the churchyard and its bone recital behind, and now you're with a handful of early Christian missionaries, walking across a black lava plain in a wind that grew up to be a philosophy major. Your cloak snaps like a sail. The sky is the color of pewter with commitment issues. Under your boots, the ground is crunchy where it shouldn't be, and warm where it absolutely should not be, like someone buried a bakery under a desert. You crest a low rise, and the world exhales steam. Below you lies a pool the size of an honest pond, an enamel blue mirror, broken by ripples from invisible mouths. The shore is ringed with white crust, delicate as icing and twice as suspicious. Mudpots burp nearby in a rhythm that reads as digestive. Vents hiss. The air smells like someone hard-boiled an entire choir of eggs and then decided to bottle the experience. Your eyes water. Your hair takes notes. The missionaries stop dead, which feels like foreshadowing. One crosses himself so fast his hand makes wind. Another clutches a wooden cross, the way you once clutched a latte when your boss said, "Quick sink." They do the calculating look people wear when they've arrived precisely where their sermons told them not to go. You can actually see the thought form behind their foreheads. We have found the front door. A local farmer, who has agreed to guide you because he likes coin and gossip, plants his staff in the ground and shrugs in the unimpressed style of someone whose backyard occasionally screams. "Ver," he says, which is Old Norse for hot spring, and also, please don't stand on that unless you enjoy sudden baths. He gestures helpfully at a patch of ground that looks exactly like all the other ground, except it eats boots. The water in the lake shivers, lifts in a little dome, then flattens again like it just remembered decorum. Somewhere a thin jet whistles out of a crack with the enthusiasm of a kettle discovering purpose. You can feel heat on your face, a damp warmth that coats your skin and sticks like flattery. The missionaries gamely begin reciting a psalm at medium volume, as if God might be hard of hearing over all the geology. You know the timeline. It's the late 10th century going on the 1st, and the island is choosing between the old gods and the new at the Althingi, because nothing says faith like majority vote. People will soon be Christian by law, but the landscape was never consulted. The mountain called Hekla will earn a reputation across Europe as Hell's chimney, especially after it throws an ash tantrum and cloaks the sky. Monks far away will copy that rumour neatly into margins, but right now, here, you're standing by a pool that looks like heaven and smells like detention, and the men with you have decided it's an elevator. You crouch and run your palm a respectful distance over the water, close enough to feel the heat pushing out of it, like a giant oven that forgot what off is. Tiny oils burn off your skin with a faint, clean itch. The surface blurs, sharpens, blurs again. An eye thinking. The shore around it is crusted with minerals in patterns that would make a lace maker weep. Frills and scallops. The planet trying on collars. The farmer has brought eggs in a sack and cracks one into a little net he's woven, dips it into a bubbling pocket, and holds it there for the length of a short prayer. He fishes it out, taps it against a stone, and hands it to you with the straight face of a man offering proof that hell, while regrettable, is full of practical opportunities. You blow, peel, bite. It tastes like egg, plus a faint whisper of demon, which is to say, salty and excellent. The missionaries stare, horrified that breakfast might be ecumenical. It is very soothing, in a way that invites panic if you're not careful. The steady exhale of steam, the metronome burp of mud, the regular soft shatter of crust as drips harden and crack. The wind makes a low argument with itself. If you close your eyes, it becomes a kind of organ music. If you open them, the ground is sweating. Everyone is doing their best. You think of modern hot tubs, chlorinated bowls full of extroverts sipping drinks named after synonyms for optimism. This is not that. This is the planet's tea kettle, unplumbed and unbothered. It's spa day with a waiver signed in ash. Ever tried moisturizing with brimstone? 10 out of 10 dermatologists would like a word. The missionaries try to negotiate. They raise their cross and say things to the lake in Latin, which performs the same amount of magic as Latin usually does on lakes. One of them tosses a small carved idol into the water, to make a point, to see what happens, to dare fate like a toddler with a fork and a socket. The idol spins once, twice, and surrenders to the boil, bobbing like a sin that refuses to sink. The farmer, who is poor but not stupid, retrieves it with a stick, because no one needs angry ghosts, and also carving takes time. There is a gentle irony here. In a century or three, travellers will write letters about these places, calling them hell-mouths with good penmanship. Artists will paint Hecla belching souls like sparks. Preachers will point north and say, "See?" But the locals will keep using the heat, because laundry waits for no apocalypse. They'll bake rye in the warm ground, færebrauð, dark and sweet, the loaf you bury in the morning and pull up in the evening like a harmless miracle. They'll poach trout where cold river meets hot spring, because why choose? They'll steam cloth and soak sore joints, and nod politely when strangers speak of demons climbing ladders made of vapor. The missionaries edge closer. The crust sighs, shifts a little, and one of them takes an exaggerated step back, sanctity briefly suspended by physics. You hand him the rest of your egg. He declines like a man refusing an alliance. You are, in this moment, very aware of how much medieval faith was logistics with flair. If death's conga line taught you that titles don't lead, this place clarifies that nobody tells a volcano what's liturgical. The world under your feet is busy and old and currently boiling water, because that's what it does. You could name it hell. You could call it a kitchen. Both would be true depending on whether you're hungry. Your guide wipes condensation from his beard, points to a patch of thin crust, and then to a patch of thicker crust, and makes the universal sign for legs fall through here, not there. You nod, instantly an A student. You were never great at catechisms, but you excel at not becoming soup. By the time the wind changes and the steam shifts sideways like a curtain, the missionaries have decided they will report that they stood at the threshold of the underworld and that it hissed in perfect iambic pentameter. You decide you will report that your face feels dewy. Both accounts are correct. On the walk back across the lava, the farmer presses a warm loaf into your hands, crust imprinted with the weave of the cloth it slept in underground. You tear it open. It smells like Saturday afternoon and minerals. If this is punishment, you think, then you are going to need butter. Chapter 12. The Brick Whisperer of Lazaretto Novo. Let's talk about quarantine, the Venetian kind, the kind that smells faintly of brine, incense, and choices made in a hurry. You leave the hot spring behind, with your eyebrows softly steamed, and step, quite gently, into a boat. The lava plain dissolves into lagoon. The wind swaps sulfur for salt. The color palette moves from volcanic black to 1,000 greens, marsh reeds, sea glass, oxidized copper roofs far off like polite punctuation. Venice sits on the horizon, a stack of postcards balanced on stilts. But you aren't headed for the Rialto, or gossip with goldsmiths. You're gliding toward an island with a polite name and an impolite job. Lazaretto Novo, the doormat of disease. The oars make that soothing lever strap sound, wet wood talking to wet wood. Gulls argue about whatever gulls always argue about, probably union dues and fish. On the island, a low wall and modest buildings wait with the resigned stance of a clinic plant that's seen some things. The word lazaretto takes its cue from Lazarus, the patron saint of we're sick but trying, and also from centuries of administrators who loved paperwork almost as much as they loved keeping you at a healthy distance. You step onto the quay. Your shoes pick up a film of salt that makes you feel breaded. The air has that clean hospital brightness, except the hospital is a field, and your doctor is a breeze that sometimes bites. Flags once flew here to signal contagion. Boats anchored just far enough away to keep their breath to themselves. People pass time by counting prayers, lice, and how many times they could convince themselves that a cough was just a cough. Today, though, you're walking behind archaeologists, a gentle herd of careful people in wide hats and slow motions. They speak soft, as if anything loud might wake the past at the wrong moment. Trowels scrape in small, respectful crescents. A brush whisks sand like an overqualified makeup artist doing the final sweep. The grid is marked with strings so taut it could play notes. Each square is a question. Each square is patient. And then, like a page turned by a breeze, she appears. A skeleton, lying in repose among others. The shape of a woman whose 60s came and went a very long time ago. Pelvis tells tales. Teeth confirm them. Bones are gossipers with excellent memories. You crouch, careful of knees and centuries. Her ribcage arcs like a bleached boat rib. Her hands, once useful for bread and nettles and the fine art of getting through a Tuesday, rest where a shroud would have calmed them. But what arrests you is the mouth. There is a brick in it, not placed politely on the lips like a suggestion, but jammed between the teeth with the conviction of a bad idea that felt brilliant at the time. You feel the lagoon breeze move across your skin, cool and cotton soft. You hear water slap stone in a lazy metronome. Somewhere, a rope knocks against a mast with the patience of a monk, and in the middle of that piece is this quiet scream of ritual, masonry as medicine. It makes more sense than it should. In plague time, say the late 1500s, when Venice had more masks than a costume shop and fewer jokes, a body did all sorts of undignified things after death. Gases built, fluids came and went, shrouds stained around the mouth and, over days, pulled and tore as chemistry did what chemistry always does. If you were a gravedigger with a front-row seat to decomposition and the weight of an entire city's fear pressing on your shoulders, you might look at a shroud tugged inward and decide the corpse was chewing. You might think it was eating its winding cloth. You might call it a shroud eater, a revenant of appetite, recycling linen and exhaling contagion like a very rude humidifier. So you do what people do when rules are unclear and outcomes are terrifying. You'd improvise. Jam something in there. Anything. A brick works. It fills the mouth, keeps it open, ruins the chewing career, gives you the psychological relief of having done something. A medieval placebo with heft. The archaeologist points, voice warm and soft enough to nap in, and explains that this is not vampire chic so much as public health with the tools at hand. Legends traveled here from the north. The Nachtserer, the summoner of plague with a mouth that didn't know when to stop. But the lagoon gave it an Italian twist. Instead of garlic and steaks, they used clay and logic, the no thank you of ceramics. You imagine the scene that day. You can smell pitch on the boat ropes. You can taste the bitterness of quinces boiled for sore throats. Somewhere a bell tolls as if tallying. The gravediggers wipe their forearms with the serious focus of men who haven't slept. The woman's body arrives, wrapped, light in the way that absence is light. Someone has heard about a cousin of a cousin who opened a grave and found a chewed shroud. Someone has heard the story of air so bad it had opinions, of miasma curling like a snake. Someone suggests the brick. It's right there. Worksite detritus. Infrastructure turned apotropaic charm. They open her mouth with the blunt diplomacy of a stick. Teeth complain. They insert the brick, tight as a secret. Is this science? Not really. Is this comfort? Surprisingly, yes. You think about how modern anxieties use hand sanitizer in a way that could polish a statue. How your neighbor in 2020 glared at joggers like they were wraiths with calves. How we tape X's on grocery store floors and nod solemnly at arrows. How we are always creatures who need to perform seriousness with our hands. A brick is the past's flattened curve. Around her, other burials rest with more standard equipment. Coins for accounting with heaven, pins that once held wrappings neat, beads that were nobody's business and everyone's story. A rat tooth, a hairpin. The domestic galaxy of a city that created quarantine as an administrative art, and then had to learn mercy quickly. It is, despite everything, soothing. The lagoon laps like a mother shushing a child. The light does that water thing where it paints the underside of your eyelids with pewter and olive when you blink. A dragonfly naps on your knee, an incredulous jewel that refuses to be impressed by mortality. And you think, this place held fear, yes, but also sandwiches. Because people lived here while they waited out disease. They told jokes with the corners of their mouths. They gossiped about gondoliers. They boiled laundry till it surrendered. Someone's sourdough starter survived on this island, smug and bubbly as ever. The archaeologists take measurements, photograph, document, tuck her gently back into the larger record. No capes, no fangs, no midnight capers, just a city attempting not to panic by assigning an errand to a brick. You stand, knees creaking like old rigging, and look toward Venice proper, all spires and sly angles. It seems impossible that beauty and bureaucracy conspired to invent a waiting room for the apocalypse. It seems exactly right that they did. Somewhere a gull steals a crab with the shamelessness of an office memo sent at 4:59 p.m. You brush sand from your palms, and you think, history is mostly the creative repurposing of whatever's lying around. In this case, masonry. In yours, probably a leftover Tupperware and a sense of humor. It's hard to argue with the result. The brick didn't cure the plague, but it did cure a story long enough for people to sleep, which, inconveniently, is also what we're doing here. Chapter 13. The day Bologna ordered cloud charcuterie. Let's talk about weather. Not the breezy kind with polite clouds shaped like sheep. The other kind. The kind that makes you look up and say, "Ah, that's meat." You leave the island of bricks and rumors behind, and the lagoon folds itself back into the larger map of Europe like a silk ribbon slipping into a drawer. The air warms, the light fattens. You find yourself on a road headed toward Bologna, a city that generally minds its sauce and its studies, a place of porticos and philosophers, a body built for libraries and lunches. Today, though, lunch comes to you. It starts with a sound you can't categorize, not rain, not hail. A papery slap, a wet patter. The kind of sound that makes even the bravest dog say, "I'm sitting this one out." You pause under a wooden eave. People around you do the same synchronized move, that group choreography humans know from sudden weather. Shoulders hunch, chins tuck, hands hover. Everyone looks up. And then it lands on your sleeve, raw, pinkish. A confetti of sinew, a cube of something muscular, marbled like a very unconvincing gemstone. It slides a little, leaves a faint snail trail of iron-scented slime, and plops to the ground with the dignity of a dropped meatball. It is not a metaphor. It is, aggressively, literal. Across the street, a baker's boy shrieks and then laughs, because fear sometimes borrows laughter's coat. A woman in widow's black lifts her veil and squints as if clearer vision will make the sky change its mind. A dog performs the world's fastest ethics debate and then decides absolutely yes. Somewhere, a monk in a brown habit files this away under Signs and Wonders, the mental folder next to comets, two-headed calves, and That Time the River Flowed Backwards, and will later write in a neat hand, Caro pluit, flesh rained. The pieces keep coming, a gentle nauseating shower. It's not a downpour, more a sprinkling, as if the heavens have Italianized their serving sizes. Thin strips curl on terracotta tiles. A flap of something lands on a cart like an artless ribbon. It is objectively disgusting. It is also objectively fascinating. Even the flies need a minute. Bologna knows portents. Students here argue under arches about Aristotle and Augustine with the same energy you use to decide whether to unfriend someone over their potato salad takes. Portents are debates with appetizers. Is this divine displeasure? A celestial butcher's accident? Did the saints order antipasti and drop it en route? Citizens cross themselves. Others just cross the street. You inhale carefully. The air is warm and metallic, like licking a coin that's been to the gym. The smell couples up with the regular city perfumes, yeast from the morning bread, horse, damp stone, and starts an awkward dance. Your shoulder is polka-dotted. You think about dry cleaning, and then remember that in this century, clean is an aspiration, not a guarantee. And somewhere above, the culprits continue their performance. Scavenger birds have one party trick: fast exits. When startled mid-flight by a falcon, a shout, a bell, or the unsettling knowledge that they've made some choices,
They lighten the load by ejecting recent meals. Griffon vultures once cruised these skies, their wings broad as gossip, opportunistic as any city tax collector. Kites, too, precise thieves with forked tails and a gift for judging whether lunch is truly dead. Ravens, crows, the clean-up crew that never clocks out. A flock passes over Bologna with bellies full of country carrion. A sudden cry, a gust at the wrong angle, and, like a medieval version of closing all your tabs at once, they heave. The result is a meat shower. Not a moral lesson, though people will hatch a few. Not a plague of divine deli slices, though posterity, darling, will always add garnish. Just biology taking a shortcut between cause and effect. You watch people interpret in real time. A scholar tries to catch a piece with the seriousness of a man evaluating a text. A child holds up hands like it's snow, and then drops the idea swiftly when one of the flakes is a tendon. A fishmonger points at the sky, then at his stall, then at the sky again, doing the math of marketing. A priest gathers a few shreds in a kerchief, because if heaven is handing out samples, you do not waste them. He will later boil them in water, sniff, decide, and then wrap them in vellum. Notes for the monastery archive, where they will sit and, to be honest, haunt a drawer. The monks will write. That is what they do in the unglamorous eternity between prayers. They will note the day and weather. They will note that the countryside, too, was peppered, fields lightly salted with the protein of an explanation nobody asked for. They will call it a prodigy, a sign. They might pair it with an eclipse weeks earlier, the way your cousin pairs unrelated facts at Thanksgiving to prove that mercury in tuna causes your Wi-Fi to be sad. They will not mention birds. Of course they know birds vomit. Anyone who has lived with chickens knows the digestive system is an adventure park. But birds are every day. Portents are a genre. But you have the modern luxury of knowing two things at once. You can smell the iron and also imagine the wing beats. You can respect a chronicle and still say, with the mild pedantry of a person who has Googled at 2 a.m., vultures do this, often, with gusto. You can be both enchanted and grossed out. That is, arguably, culture. Someone invents a ritual on the spot. They always do. If the last chapter taught you anything, it's that anxiety likes an errand. A woman pins a sliver to her doorway to keep misfortune out, because that's how humans test hypotheses when peer review is a guy named Pietro making a face. A student writes a poem that will not survive the week, but will rhyme carne with tarnish, bless his heart. A butcher declares a sale, then immediately backtracks because even he has standards. You step out from under the eave. Your shoes make that faint, reluctant kiss against the damp cobble. The pieces thin, then stop, as sudden as they began. The sky goes back to being a sky, master of its secrets. People straighten. Jokes arrive, late but dependable. The monk gathers his kerchief, and later, in a small room with a window the size of a hand, will copy in a careful line that on this day, in Bologna and its fields, meat fell. He will not mention that Brother Matteo stepped in a particularly enthusiastic piece and spent the rest of Vespers smelling like a questionable stew. Because history is selective and mercy is editorial. You look down at your sleeve. You flick off a last ribbon of heaven's hors d'oeuvre. You think, softly, that the Middle Ages were excellent at being both complicated and sticky. And you think, more softly still, that if the sky occasionally disgorges its lunch, at least it has the decency to do it on a Thursday.
Chapter 14. The Ravine the Devil Signed, witnessed by a goat. Let's talk about bridges. You leave Bologna with a sleeve that smells faintly like someone tried to saute a coin, and trade the city's arches for the hill's ribs. The path rises, the air gets thinner, brighter, cleaner in that mountain way that makes every sound feel lightly ironed. Your boots crunch over pale stones, pines needle the sky. Somewhere below, water is whispering to dark, secret rock in a language that's 90% consonants and 90% warning. The road ends at a crowd. Villagers bunch like sheep that have agreed this is far enough. Shawls, caps, a priest who is mostly eyebrows, a miller with hands like small loaves. Everyone stares at the same thing with the reverent bafflement usually reserved for comets and new babies. The bridge looks like an idea sharpened to a blade. A single pointed arch springs over a ravine so deep your stomach quietly drafts a will. No parapet as such, just a sliver of dressed stone, as narrow as a grudge, spanning nothingness. The voussoirs, the wedge-shaped stones, fit so precisely you could floss the joints with a hair of angel. The keystone is smug. The spandrels curve like a held breath. If you have seen cathedrals throw their weight upward in pointed prayers, this is that, but horizontal, a Gothic suggestion that learned how to leap. Under it, a river hides from the sun, making the kind of sound you hear once and then swear never to hear from your basement. A man with a nose like a moral tells you, in the calm voice of someone narrating his own panic, that the devil built it last night. Just built it. No centering frames, no scaffolding, no sweating masons arguing about lime mortar and whether the quarry cheated on the block sizes. Just a low red light on the far bank at dusk. The metallic width of brimstone that, to be fair, could also be the blacksmith's apron. And by matins, a bridge, as finished and exact as a bishop's lecture. The devil, says the man, gestured with a claw and explained thrust lines like a proud master mason. He said, pointed arches throw less lateral force, see? And the ravine walls do the buttressing work nature kindly provided. He said, load path, with the glee of a person who finally gets to use the term properly at a party. Then he demanded a fee, the soul of the first to cross. You look at the slab. You think about how annoying it is when contractors charge for extras like any work. You understand why everyone is still very much on this side. The villagers, though, are not new to contracts. This is a community that knows how to negotiate a grain tithe and how to argue with the sky. Somewhere between dawn and prime, someone,
Most point to Nonna Lucia, who once haggled a bishop down to a modest relic, had an idea. You can see the idea now, chewing cud. A goat. Not a fancy goat. A goat with a face that's 90% practical suspicion and 10% is.
That edible? A little bell wobbles at its throat. Its horns curve like punctuation. It is, by all available metrics, alive, and very certain about where it wants to put its hooves. "First soul," said Nonna Lucia earlier, tapping the devil's contract with the kind of finger that has known babies, dough, and loopholes. "You never said whose." "Not whose," the devil had said, rereading the invisible parchment. "First soul." You know where this is going, but you still hold your breath. The goat steps forward, hooves ringing soft on stone. Tap, tap, tap. The sound travels into the arch like small, precise compliments. Everyone leans in, the way humans do toward risk and miracles. The gorge exhales a cold breath up your sleeves. The goat, being a professional, pauses to consider the distance between death and breakfast. You take in the smell of wet lime, chalk and eggshell sharp. The mortar in the joints glints slightly, too fresh to pretend it came from any kiln within 20 miles. A mason in the crowd is quietly offended by the quality. "Devil's mortar," he mutters, "never cures right. Always sticky on damp days." Tap, tap. The goat reaches the crown, stands there a moment like a saint on a niche, surveys the world it briefly owns, and then trots down the far side, tail up as confidently as a signature flourish. There's a sound. It's not thunder. It is an administrative noise, like a bureaucrat swallowing a complaint. The air hums a little. A small scorch mark appears on a rock on the far bank, the metaphysical equivalent of slamming a quill into an inkwell. If you squint, you can almost see horns. Then you very much do not, because squinting at devils is how you end up in court. The priest clears his throat in a manner that ranks as a regional weather pattern. "Ahem," he says, which in this century does work. "The soul was first. The soul has crossed." The crowd breathes again. Someone laughs like a wine cork. The miller claps the goat, who accepts the applause with the grace of a creature that has never once wondered if it is enough. The devil, who was expecting a young sinner with a poor sense of balance, has been handed caprine jurisprudence. He cannot claim a human. The bridge, bound by the rules of its origin, is now free use for all. You can almost hear the devil recategorize the project from triumph to learning experience. You step closer and lay a hand on the stone. It is cool, damp, and faintly gritty, the skin of an idea made granite. You imagine the invisible geometry inside it, compression traveling through each wedge like a whisper down a choir. You also imagine your own boots crossing it, and your stomach files a polite motion for delay. Someone starts a ritual. Of course they do. A widow tosses a pinch of salt from a kerchief onto the entrance and murmurs a psalm that is 50% scripture, 50% recipe. A boy taps the keystone with a stick as if to make sure the devil isn't hiding inside like a wasp. The mason, unable not to be himself, checks the plumb with a piece of string and a pebble and grudgingly nods. "Right keen work," he says, like a man complimenting the flavor of his rival's stew. You eventually cross, because humans, when faced with a miracle or a masterpiece, always want to be in the middle of it. The wind lifts your cloak and tries to sell you on the concept of flight. You decline. Beneath, the water keeps its secrets, and a fish who knows nothing about devils becomes the first to swim under a contract dispute. On the other side, the goat is eating lichen off a rock with enormous satisfaction. You scratch its head. Its eyes regard you with that horizontal pupil that says very clearly that if anyone here is a demon, it's not the one wearing a bell. Behind you, the villagers begin to follow, one by one, the first footfalls turning the devil's night work into public property. By evening, there will be baskets, gossip, and a note in a chronicle that writes, without mentioning the goat, that a bridge was built by infernal craft, and the first soul to cross was delivered to its maker. That is the thing about history. It remembers the miracle and forgets the goat. You look back into the ravine, where the dark is busy, and decide that if evil wants your soul, it can at least learn to read a contract. And if it can't, well, there's always another goat. Chapter 15. The Ledger of Winter and the Pig Named Tomorrow. Let's talk about inventory. You step off the Devil's Bridge into a village that smells of smoke, damp wool, and the nervous optimism of people who have out-argued hell. By dusk, you duck into a cottage with a roof that sighs in wind and a door that doesn't so much close as decide to be nearer the frame. The room is one large sentence, with a comma for a hearth. The smoke hole edits badly. It is dim, the way old coins are dim, still there, but you have to rub your eyes to see them. In the middle, a table squats like a magistrate waiting for evidence. On it, 3 sacks of grain that could be 4 if you count hope as a unit. A heap of turnips with the unblinking stare of vegetables that know they are the entire plot, and a ledger that is not parchment, but a stick with notches, more honest than ink. Someone strikes a rushlight, its flame a small, steadfast exclamation. You breathe in tallow and resolve. You begin the math. Not the glittering geometry of arches, but the relentless arithmetic of calories. You untie the mouth of the first sack. Barley sighs like a dry creek. Hand in, you measure by habit. 1 cupped palm is a handful, 4 handfuls to a bowl, 2 bowls to a meal if you are generous, 1 if you want to see Easter. You weigh each concept against the family. A grandmother who eats like a sparrow, but has a cough that sounds expensive. A child who is mostly knees and questions. A spouse who is part blanket, part miracle, and a you that is mostly shoulders and chores. On the wall, strings of apples have mummified into practical saints. Onions braid like gossip. A handful of beans sits in a jar that used to be full, the way your optimism used to be full. In the corner, the big clay pot, your pottage, rests on the hearth crane, not so much cooking as unfolding slowly over days, a soup that remembers everything it has ever been and forgives nothing. Today, it is barley, cabbage, a philanthropic bone, and 2 honest cloves of garlic, which is to say, the kitchen smells like medicine that has decided to be delicious. The wind pushes through the wattle and daub with the personality of an uninvited cousin. You plug a crack with moss. You are for a moment insulation and intent. Hide the turnips. That is the next line on the list, and it is not a suggestion so much as a strategy. Turnips are humble, which is another word for vanishing. You take a basket and a shovel and slip out behind the cottage to the clamp, your underground pantry disguised as a small, unassuming hill. You pack straw, layer turnips, add earth, set a thatch cap Then mark it with a pattern only you would call obvious. 3 stones in a triangle under the ash tree that looks like it is practicing Latin. You are not just hiding from thieves. You are hiding from the future you who will be tired and want to eat 3 more than prudence allows. The tithe collector will get 1/10 of what he sees you have, arranged for him to see less. History will call this fraud. History did not meet March. Back inside, the pig watches you. Of course, there is a pig. In winter, cash is a concept. Pigs are an account with hooves. He is pink in patches, mud in others, and named Tomorrow, because calling him Bacon would be vulgar and also too encouraging. His ears twitch like coin purses. He is the best central heating you own, which is a design flaw, because the thermostat eats. You gather around the table for the council, which is really just your family agreeing with whomever is holding the knife. It is late autumn, the wind with an edge to it, the time when somewhere in the village there will be the small, sharp ceremony of St. Martin's, when pork becomes geography. You speak in the soft, practical tones of people discussing the weather of their own stomachs. If you slaughter tomorrow now, you get options. Salted pork packed in a tub, if there is salt. Salt is a traveler's salary, a fishmonger's laugh, a treasure that in this inland place arrives in small, mean handfuls. You can borrow a measure from a neighbor who will remember it until they die, and you will be paying interest in favors and fence mending for 3 advents. Smoke is free. The rafters are already black with it, and hooks dangle like verbs waiting for their actions. You can render lard, pour it white and solemn into a pot. Cracklings will be a party. Intestines will become future promises, knotted to look serious. There will be blood pudding, if you are neat and quick and don't faint. Head will become brawn, which is a brave word for jelly. Feet will be soup. Ears are negotiable, and the bladder will become a child's winter toy, because everything circles back into usefulness. If you keep tomorrow, you keep warmth and companionship, and the ability to look a wolf in the eye and say, "Not today." He will grow if you can forage acorns and beech mast from the common, if the woodward isn't watching, if the snow comes late, if you add a half scoop of barley chaff to the pottage when no one is looking. He will also continue to turn food into future food with all the efficiency of a lord collecting rents. You can hear the arithmetic actually grinding. You decide, 1 more week. This is not cowardice. It is strategy. The mast is still falling in the wood. The neighbor's pigs have found a patch of ground that thinks it's generous. The frost isn't set. A week could be 6 pounds heavier and 2 sausages richer. Also, you are not ready. No one ever is. You scratch tomorrow between the shoulder blades. He leans into the transaction. You turn to grain. The sacks sit like silent judges, rye and barley mixed, maslin bread, dense and honest, the kind of loaf that makes your jaw into a blacksmith. The sourdough starter, a jar of last week, breathes quietly, your most responsible pet. On fast days, and there are many, you will honor the calendar by not chewing animals, and the calendar will honor you by placing Lent directly over the hunger gap, like a blanket made of irony. Sometimes the priest will sell indulgence for butter. Sometimes you live in a region where butter cannot be bought but only apologized for. Either way, you will eat herring once this winter, if a peddler limps this way with a barrel that smells like theology. You try to get excited. You line a crock with cabbage leaves and brine. The kraut will sharpen in the corner without comment, like a monk in a pickle. You string more onions. You tuck carrots into the clamp to keep the turnips honest. You set the ale to cool. Small ale, small courage. Everyone's favorite breakfast. Outside, the wind checks the door again. Inside, you move through tasks with the slow, steady competence of people who have run this maze before. You are not dramatic. You are detailed. You wrap the sacks. You notch the tally stick. You blow out the rushlight and save the stub, because stubs are a currency. The hearth sighs. The loft rustles. Someone's toes seek someone else's shins for warmth. The pig snores in a key that sounds like solvency. You fall asleep doing math you can trust. Tomorrow, you will rename the pig next week, which is how most budgets survive history. Chapter 16. White Gold and the Beryl Monastery. Let's talk about salt. A week becomes a decision, and the decision becomes a morning that smells like iron and cold. Next week earns a new unspoken name, and then a moment of thunderous quiet. Work follows grief the way sunrise follows frost, automatically, unarguably. You do what everyone does on St. Martin's Tide. You turn muscle into months. And salt is the priest. The yard is a shallow cathedral of steam. The breath of everyone present, your spouse, the neighbor with the serious knife, the child told to be useful by standing exactly there and not fainting, rises like incense. The table is scrubbed and scoured, an altar built from planks that have seen things and do not gossip. Your hands are chapped maps. You will navigate by sting alone. The first rule is simple. The pig gave you rain. The salt will give you drought. You cut carefully, because every joint is a calendar page. Ham for deep winter, bacon for poorer decisions, scraps for pies you'll call feast days, even if they're Tuesdays. Fat is future candles and pan courage. Bones go to the pottage, which has already started telling itself the story. The dog is excused from the room for reasons involving ethics. The salt sits in a sack like captured snow, coarse, crystalline, glittering mean. You paid for this sack with half the apple harvest and 3 afternoons of repairing a fence that belonged to a man who owned the word neighbor the way a cat owns a field. It was worth it. Inland, salt is a rumor that demands proof. Somewhere far off, people boil the sea in shallow pans and scrape riches. Somewhere else, men wrestle white veins out of rock. Here, you measure. The crystals rasp against your fingers like small opinions. You swear you can hear the ocean making fun of you. You bring out the barrels, their hoops peering like eyebrows that have seen harvests and hung hams before. The cooper's craft is everywhere, the swell of the staves, the tightness of the joint, the way you trust wood, the way others trust saints. You scald the barrels with hot water until the staves hum, then cool them with the November air until they stop arguing. You rub salt into the seams, because superstition is simply experience with better PR. Now comes the sermon. You baptize each slab in a drift of salt. Not a sprinkle, not a suggestion, but a burial. You anoint with both palms, pushing crystals into every fold and fiber, the way you might rub a stubborn idea into a skull. The sting finds the scrapes on your knuckles and writes its name there. The meat tightens, the way shoulders do when you tell them the truth. White piles up, monumentally indifferent, and you realize you're building a small winter. a dry, crystalline landscape where bacteria go on pilgrimage and never come back. Layer by layer you pack the barrel, a bed of salt, a cut of pork, more salt. You tuck in the edges like a fussy ant at a christening. Salt gets everywhere. The floor, your boots, your eyebrows somehow. It crunches underfoot like thin ice. The child sneaks a crystal to taste and makes a face like philosophy. Your spouse laughs softly, the way someone laughs when they can see spring from a very great distance. By the second barrel, the brine begins. It's a miracle of gravity and guilt. The salt drags tears out of the meat, clear, then pink, then honest, until the barrel is a small inland sea where time floats face down. You press a weighted board on top, a wooden moon to hold the tides. Somewhere, an invisible choir of bacteria opens its mouths to sing about lovely dampness and finds only desert and disappointment. You apologize to no one. You work without hurry. This is a ritual, not a race. You sift herbs only where you have them, a few juniper berries if a cousin knows a bush, a branch of rosemary if someone's garden survived the goat. Mostly you trust the salt. People will argue for the next century about smoking now or later, about brine versus dry cure, about whether the ham should be turned on the third day or the fifth. You will turn it on the third day, because you love a schedule that fits between Mass and mending. You will pack more salt in the corners, because corners are where trouble keeps shoes. Outside, the wind noses at the door like a tax collector with a sniffle. Inside, your hands find a rhythm older than your family name. Rub, press, pack, layer, tamp. You keep a tally in your head, this ham for Candlemas if you are brave, that side of bacon for Lent if you can convince the priest that butter is a vegetable. When the barrel is full, you thump the lid on with dignity. The sound is deeply satisfying, like a judge's gavel hitting a table that deserves it. There are details you do because your grandmother did them. You chalk a cross on the barrel head, and not just for piety. It's also an arrow pointing to the side you turned last, because you own exactly two kinds of memory, perfect and gone. You carve a small notch in the stave to tell you the day, because your calendar is weather and wood. You set the barrel in the coldest corner where the floor never remembers summer. The earth there always feels like a cool hand on a fever. Between tasks, you sip small ale and call it medicine. The steam has left the yard. The knives are washed, dried, oiled. Cracklings pop in a pan like cheerful punctuation. The offal has already become pudding, because the clock on those parts is faster and ruder. The bladder, well, you know where that's going. And the child is already bouncing ideas and will soon be bouncing the bladder. Later, you will smoke some of this slowly, hanging the smaller strips in the rafters, where they will learn the language of wood smoke, oak if you are lucky, beech if you are correct, peat if you are somewhere boggier than hope. But for now, the barrels are the world. Their silence is declarative. You stand back and regard the white-sanded floor, the sealed hoops, the neatness of the butchered future. The room smells like iron giving up and salt taking over. You flex your hands. They feel like you borrowed them from a saint of blunt instruments. The ledger stick gets a new notch. 2 barrels salted. 1 ham wrapped in salt, like a mummified promise. 3 pans of lard straining into pots. 1 small wild joy, labeled cracklings. Outside, the light has that late afternoon slant that makes everything look like a painting of Prudence. Inside, the barrels begin their slow work of persuasion. Water will leave. Time will move differently. Somewhere the notion of rot puts on a cloak and walks away. You are tired, yes, but it's the good tired, the kind that smells like smoke and certainty. Every salt grain is a vote against February. You pat the closest barrel the way you pat a trustworthy horse. It does not whinny. It just sits, monumental and mild, quietly inventing spring. And you, with a pink finger, you will absolutely feel tomorrow. Lick a pinch of salt from your thumb and tell yourself it tastes like wealth. It does. It tastes like plans that might actually work. Chapter 17. The Rafter Choir and the Theology of Smoke. Let's talk about smoke. The barrels snore gently in their corner like well-fed bears. And now you turn to the ceiling. This is the part where the house becomes a slow, patient forest fire that never quite commits. You lift the ladder, more a confession of sticks than a ladder, and climb into the lungs of the cottage. Up here, the rafters are black with history. The wood is slick with a varnish no one paid for, years of breath and seasons of soot. Your hands come away grey, which is the house's way of writing you into its ledger. You cut lengths of hemp twine and thread them through pork like a very assertive tailor. The smaller strips, belly, back fat wearing a thin cape of meat, a few stray ribs that forgot to be ribs, get first dibs. You tie them in pairs like bad mittens and hoist them into the gloom. They swing with a slow dignity, pendulums that measure patience instead of minutes. Beside them, fish join the choir. River trout, if the miller owed you. Herring, if the peddler came through with his barrel full of sea. And eel, lots of eel. Long commas in a sentence about winter. They all take their places above the hearth, and suddenly your ceiling looks like a market stall trying to learn to fly. Down below, you build the fire that is not exactly a fire. Not a blaze, not a brag. You rake yesterday's coals into a small red planet and feed it carefully. Oak, if you have it, because oak makes smoke like a thoughtful uncle. Steady, serious, fewer surprises. Beech if you are practical. Alder if you have a river's whispering in your woodpile. Applewood if last year's tree gave up, which is a funeral with snacks. Whatever you do, not pine, unless you enjoy a ham that tastes like a candle regretting its choices. You damp the embers with a scatter of green chips and a pinch of damp shavings stolen from the cooper's floor. The smoke thickens to a silky grey that moves like someone deciding not to leave a party. It rises lazy and loyal, folds itself around the meat, and refuses to hurry. You've done your part. Salt was the priest, smoke is the choir. And now the chemistry you can't pronounce goes to work like a busy saint with a discreet miracle. Before any of that, though, you made sure each piece had dried to a tacky sheen. A tackroom gloss called the pellicle by people who think words are furniture. You just call it ready. Smoke loves sticky. It clings the way gossip clings to a small town. You sit by the hearth, not on a chair so much as a sturdy suggestion. The room fills with the smell of a forest telling you about its childhood. The smoke is not hostile exactly, but it is very present. It curls into your hair. It edits your eyebrows. Your eyes water a little, the way anyone's would when they've decided to live inside a campfire. You blink and consider all the modern people who pay money to sit in a smokehouse restaurant, which is essentially your living room with better menus and worse rent. There's a hole in the roof that calls itself a chimney on its resume. Mostly, it's a negotiation with weather. The smoke tides its way out of that hole, slowly. Meanwhile, it does the other job no one praises enough. Fleas hate it. Moths move out. Beetles write you polite goodbyes. The thatch dries and toughens. Yes, everything you own smells like a campfire. Also, everything you own lasts longer and bites you less. Trade-offs are the medieval speciality. You check the hanging lines. The knots hold like stubborn thoughts. Fat begins to think about dripping, then decides against it. This is a cool smoke, a conversation, not a torch. You tend the ember bed with a stick that has solved more problems than the local priest. Every so often, you lift the lid on a small pot and spoon water onto the logs, summoning another flourish of grey. A hiss, a sigh, and your ceiling disappears again. It's cozy, if you like your coziness seasoned with oak and ambition. The dog lies under the hanging fish, an optimist with a tail. You relocate the dog because you understand both gravity and temptation. The child, deputized to watch the fire while you fetch more wood, studies the coals the way children study stars, and promises not to help. You know that promise. You leave anyway, because the woodpile will not walk itself in, and you have a relationship with reality. Outside, the wind remarks on your roof, and then moves on. Inside, the smoke does that thing where it makes time weird. Minutes stretch, hours curl, and you fall into a rhythm that's half vigil, half nap. Add a stick, stir the ash, listen to the gentle ticking of fat contracting as it learns a new language. Step outside to cough politely. Then come back to your church of smoke and rafters. If you were a noble, you'd have a separate smokehouse. You are not a noble. You have a multi-purpose room with aggressive air freshener called November. By late afternoon, the meat is changing. The raw pink has turned thoughtful. Hams that will need weeks elsewhere are still in their winter beds of salt, but the strips transform in front of you. Pale becomes tea. Tea becomes mahogany. The fish blush a dignified brown, nothing garish, just a woodland suit. If you feel ceremonial, and you do, you touch one gently. The surface is firm, almost waxed, like it learned posture from a saint. This is armor, invisible and undeniable. Flies will land and hold a tiny private funeral for their plans. You think about your future menu like a gambler thinks about horses. That bacon will meet cabbage in January and call it joy. Those eels will become slices on brown bread when someone important dies or marries, which is the same meal, different hats. A few trout will be picked into a pottage and make the parish jealous. The rest hangs, storing afternoons and smoke, quietly arguing with entropy. Night comes, and you recruit a neighbor for the watch, because the fire must never leap, only whisper. You trade gossip for kindling. He brings alder and a rumor about the Reeves hat that, if true, explains everything. You add a handful of crushed juniper because someone swears by it, and you like to pretend you live in a herb story. The scent turns slightly sweet, like a forest remembering berries. You decide this is what wealth smells like, a risk reduced. You look up. The rafters are a gallery of brown planets, each with its own weather. The smoke moves through them like a tide pinned to the ceiling. Your eyes sting, then soften. You lie back on the bench and let the fire tick. Your hands, which have negotiated with salt all day, rest like respectable stones. Someone coughs. Someone laughs. The dog dreams of fish with poor knots. In the morning, you will taste one piece, because restraint is a theory, and breakfast is a practice. It will be salty, smoky, and a little like eating a memory of summer that decided to be practical. You will nod and call it good, because it is. You will hang the rest a little longer, because patience is cheaper than regret. And when you finally climb the ladder to take them down, you will have done the medieval magic trick everyone respects. You turned time into food that doesn't argue back. You bank the coals for the first long watch and sit very still. Outside, frost writes tiny sermons on the thatch. Inside, your dinner becomes a small, edible monument. You smile the way a person smiles when something is going according to plan, which in this century is almost rude. The house hums, the meat darkens, and nothing explodes, which, in context, counts as luxury. Chapter 18. The Barrel Oracles and the Theology of Bubbles. Let's talk about cabbage. The smoke keeps its low sermon in the rafters, and down at floor level the other choir begins, the quiet fizzing, the private gossip of barrels. In the dim corner by the door, 3 stout hoops of oak have been patiently minding their business, and now their business is your winter, You wiped them out with scalding water until the wood smelled like wet toast and good intentions. Then you introduced them to an army of green ruffles that used to be a field. The cabbages arrived like mild, heavy hats. You cored them with the confidence of someone who knows where the soul of a vegetable lives. Then you sliced. Not with a fancy board of blades. Those will be invented for a future cousin with a suspicious mustache. But with a knife that's cut everything in your life since you were 15. The pile rose, and it smelled like a rainstorm remembered. A pinch of salt here, another there, the kind of precise medieval measurement known as a handful that feels right, which honestly is how most medicine is dispensed too. You toss the ribbons of cabbage like you're pretending to be a salad church, and the salt begins its invisible negotiation. In a few minutes, the pile glistens. Water leaks out, as if the cabbage is thinking about all the choices that led it here. You add a dash of caraway, because your grandmother's ghost will pinch your ear if you forget, and a few apple slivers, because you have one soft apple and a mission. Some folk add juniper, some whisper dill. You are in the school of whatever makes January less impolite. Then the pressing. You scoop the salted shreds into the barrel, a handful at a time, and you tamp with a wooden pestle you carved from a bit of ash, the kind of tool that looks like it could settle arguments or pound fence posts, and today it will do both to cabbage. Thump, thump, thump. The sound is the domestic cousin of a drum in a marching song. Juice rises slowly, an honest brine that was inside the leaves all along. And that is the trick, isn't it? The world is full of quiet miracles that just need a sturdy stick and patience to come out. You build layers, like a monk writing a long letter to the future that tastes sour. Between each layer, another small snowfall of salt and a mutter of spice. The brine climbs your knuckles. By the time you reach the top, the cabbage is no longer a pile, but a landscape, submerged, docile, full of promise and mild resentment. You lay down a clean cloth, then a wooden disc cut to fit the barrel's belly, then a stone you scalded and sniffed and decided did not smell like trouble. Weight keeps the cabbage under water, which is how you keep rot on the guest list, but out of the party. Rot loves air. Your kraut does not. You do not seal the lid tight because you have learned your lesson from last year's enthusiastic jar and the exciting pop that had the cat reconsidering its life. Choices. This is not wine. This is breathing food. So you set the cover with a little kindness and leave the barrel away to whisper to the room. A crofter once told you to check the bubbles by ear, but you settle for cheeks down to the bunghole and an attentive listen. There it is, a faint fizz, like a very shy creak. The first day, nothing. The second day, little pearl strings rise through the pale lagoon. The third day, the barrel burps at dawn, a soft syllable that startles nobody and reassures everybody. The air around it acquires a new mood, something between orchard and vinegar factory, an aroma that says, I am busy turning chaos into lunch. It's not unpleasant. It's exactly the smell your bones hope for in February.
If you were a noble, you'd have cooks to do this. If you were a saint, you'd probably still do it yourself. Some tasks are holy, and some are cheap, and sometimes they are the same tasks. You keep the barrel cool. This is a job for the room with a floor that's more earth than philosophy, the lean-to, the unambitious cellar, the little annex that is always a bit damp and therefore realistic. Night temperatures do their gentle arithmetic. Meanwhile, you scrape off the little white bloom that gathers now and then like a lace collar, not mold, not exactly, just a polite yeast that likes to audition for everything. Off it goes, with the dignity of a bored sheep. The village has a word for this season, kraut days, when knives sing and gossip doubles as labor. Everyone shreds, everyone salts, and the whole hamlet smells like a future that has opinions. People bring their favorite tweaks. One adds a beet for pink bravado. Someone else sneaks in a fist of horseradish and denies everything when the tears start. The reeve claims caraway upsets his humors and then eats 3 bowls to be polite. A cooper wanders through to ask if your hoops are tight enough, as if he is not the person who made them. He taps the staves like a doctor, pronounces them sound, and charges you a kind look you'll repay in soup. You think about health, which you don't call health because your language prefers the humors refuse to riot. People in your lane cough less when the kraut comes out. Skin looks less like parchment and more like apple peel. You don't have a word for vitamin, but you do have a word for not dying before Easter, and sauerkraut rhymes with it in your heart. Later, sailors will eat it to keep teeth in their skulls, but for now you eat it because it flatters boiled pork and makes turnips apologize. In the weeks that follow, the barrels keep speaking, bubbles slow. The tang sharpens from chatty to eloquent. You lift the cover now and then, press the board down, and watch the brine rise like a curtain at a very small theater. A spoon sneaks in, a taste. You wince, then grin, because the sour goes right up behind your eyes and tells your winter to sit down and behave. It crunches with a correctness the rest of your life rarely achieves. Serving day arrives on a morning. The frost screens the sun like an overprotective aunt. You coax a bucket of kraut from its brine, shake it loose and lay it in a pot with a small lake of lard and a handful of onions that have been auditioning for something meaningful. The pot mutters. You add a little broth from yesterday's smoke-baptized pork, and, because this is your kitchen and not the bishop's, you snip in a few prunes, which is a scandal that tastes like forgiveness. The lid goes on. The house smells like a compromise everyone can live with. Neighbors come in as if drawn by a bell only their noses can hear. Bowls appear like confessions. The first spoonful hushes the room the way good news used to. A child who believes vegetables are a plot takes a bite and reconsiders. You serve kraut warm, kraut cool, kraut with more pork, kraut with a dark rye that has the personality of a friendly wall. You tuck some into a pastry, because you can, and you are not ready for how that tastes like you know secrets. Back in the corner, the other barrels wait their turns, quiet planets with their own weather. You pat them as you pass, the way you pat the dog when he pretends not to care. The rafters above hold their brown planets of meat. The floor keeps its sour galaxy. Between smoke and acid you have erected 2 invisible fences around your hunger. Its protection by chemistry and stubbornness. A system so satisfying it feels like cheating. You wipe your hands on your apron and go check the fire. It is still whispering. The barrels are still bubbling. Somewhere between them your winter shakes, then sits, then heal. Nothing explodes. Again, luxury.
Chapter 19. The Root Cellar and the Bank of Dirt. Let's go downstairs, while the barrels upstairs keep their polite little hymn of bubbles. You lift the trap and drop into the room where winter gets negotiated. The ladder is the sort that makes every step a philosophy question. Your rushlight leans its thin flame ahead like a gossiping reed. The air turns immediately cooler, damp but purposeful, as if the soil itself has decided to become your butler. The smell is all penny metal, wet wood, and the faint sweetness of a buried orchard. Welcome to the refrigerator you didn't have to invent. The earth has been auditioning for this job since it learned how to be dirt. You duck, because the ceiling beams have no interest in your skull. From them hang your cabbages, pale moons in their own private galaxy, tied up by their stumps with old twine and a certain medieval optimism. Each head has had its outer leaves peeled away like a scandal. What remains is tight and brave and surprisingly heavy, as if it remembers being a plant and is a little offended about developments since. They dangle with a respectable distance between them, because you've learned the first rule of storage. Vegetables should not breathe on one another. The second rule is the same as for people. If someone starts to smell troubling, check on them. Beneath the cabbages along the wall, you've built low bins from leftover planks, and you filled them with sand hauled from the stream in a woven basket that still owes you an apology. Here is where the carrots sleep, whole, unwashed, bearded with the honest dirt they were born with, and tucked in like toddlers who swear they're not tired. You slide your fingers under the top layer of sand and find the cool neck of a carrot, smooth as a clay whistle. The sand is barely moist, just enough to keep their thoughts pleasant. Tiny parsnips lie beside them with the smugness of vegetables that know they'll taste like perfume when roasted in February. You don't wash them before bedding them down. You're not trying to wake anyone. Dirt is not the enemy. Air is. You've arranged the carrots root to root, layers separated by sand like pages in a very crunchy book. The crates are stacked in a way that makes a noble's steward nervous, slightly irregular but functional, with gaps for breath and the occasional mouse opinion. The lids fit snug but not tight. You're not preserving a saint here, just trying to delay destiny. On the side of one crate you've scrawled in charcoal, "Fine carrots," and beneath smaller, "Do not steal, Agnes," which is less about theft and more about how your cousin thinks labels are challenges. On the far side, the barrels sit in the gloom like squat counselors. 2 of beets, 1 of turnips. The beet barrels smell like polite dirt that went to finishing school and learned to be sweet. You pried those beets out of their beds in late autumn, peeled and boiled them in the good kettle, until the water went the color of a bishop's robe, then slid them into a brine, sharpened with vinegar you traded a comb for. A few cloves, a whisper of pepper if the merchant was feeling kind last summer. Beet coins now gleam under the lid, ready to stain everything they love. When you open one, the scent rises like a memory from July that learned to wear a cloak. Between the barrels and the sand bins rests the ledger of your season, a mental arithmetic you never quite stop doing. You count the cabbages by shadow, the carrots by crate, the parsnips by faith. Foresight smells like onion and wood. Wealth doesn't clink down here. It thumps. It hangs. It glows faintly pink in barrels. Your 401k is a 50-pound head of late Savoy with a rope around its waist. Your credit rating is the absence of sprouts. Speaking of sprouts, you make your weekly rounds with a knife and a sigh. A cabbage tries to grow a little green tongue from its stem, and you nip it off with the practiced tenderness of someone who has cut bangs in a mirror by candlelight. Sprouting means energy is being spent, and you would prefer that energy be spent by you, chewing. If a head goes soft at the base, you promote it to dinner. First in, first out, you mutter, which in your dialect translates to oldest gets eaten before it achieves opinions. You keep apples out of this room when you can. Everyone knows apples are gossips who make their neighbors age faster. You haven't met ethylene, but you've met disappointment. There are onions braided and hung near the entrance like a chandelier that wiped its nose on its sleeve. Garlic, too, because the saints may be patient, but winter is not, and broth without garlic is just warm water telling lies. A sack of turnips squats in a corner, sulking in the dark, waiting to be transformed into stew or humility. Beneath a board, a small stash, a crock of salted goose fat that you guard like treasure, and a few wizened pears wrapped in cloth, each one a small hoarded miracle that will taste like a story. The floor's chill reaches up through your shoes, an old acquaintance who likes to remind you of the terms of your lease. You've laid flat stones to walk on, a narrow path through the dust that keeps your hems less enthusiastic. You listen. Drip from the wall. A rustle you hope is just an ambitious beat settling. The cat sometimes comes down with you, tail up, professional as a guild member, and sits very still, looking like a drawing of a cat by someone who has only met rats. He has a name that is technically a prayer, and he takes payment in warm laps and the occasional herring skin. You check the little vent shaft you carved near the door, a wooden sleeve that lets the warm air leave and the cold air come in, slow, talkative. Too much warmth and everything grows thoughts. Too much cold and everything becomes a rock. The trick is to keep your food alive, but not awake. Noble houses will build whole vaulted undercrofts and call it architecture. You take a spade and call it prudence. With your thumb you test the sand in the carrot bin, still damp enough to keep the roots glossy, not wet enough to invite drama. You fish out one carrot by the ears, brush it off, and bite. It snaps like a twig in a comic, but sweeter, the crunch echoing slightly in the close room. A reward for your inventory. You pull a cabbage from its rope, cradle it against your apron like a very judgmental baby, and set it aside with a couple of onions and a beet that has been staring at you in a tone of voice. On the way up you pause and glance back. The seller looks back at you with that blank, kindly face it has when the numbers add up. Enough sand. Enough hoops. Enough ropes. Enough for tonight, and maybe enough for the worst week in February, when the road turns to glass, and your neighbor borrows a cup of anything. You check the latch against rats and neighbors' teenage sons, close the trap with the gentle authority of a judge, and climb to the kitchen with your armful of currency. Upstairs the kraut still murmurs, The fire keeps its whispering oath, and you have the inexplicable luxury of deciding which kind of sour you want with your supper. You set down the cabbage with a thud that feels like interest earned, and somewhere below your feet the earth continues to hum its cold, steady lullaby for the food you haven't met yet. You pat the trapdoor once, the way you pat the dog, and the house pretends not to be pleased. Chapter 20. The Silk Treaty with a Pulse. Let's go above ground. You leave the cellars of cabbage arithmetic and climb into air that smells less like foresight and more like perfume and anxiety. Somewhere far from your sand bins and honest onions, another kind of storage is happening. Promises are being packed, padded with velvet, and shipped across a narrow, bad-tempered strip of sea. Tonight, you are not the steward with a ledger. You are the ledger. You are 14, French, laced into silk like an eager scroll, and your diary has more zeros than your birthday candles. It's time for travel. Bad idea. A barge rocks at the quay like a cow considering ballet. The channel beyond it flexes its shoulders, an athletic bowl of salt with very personal opinions about boats. You step aboard, escorted by a groom of the chamber with elbows as sharp as cautionary tales, and a small army of ladies whose job is to keep you upright, respectable, and away from snacks that stain. Your trousseau is a geography lesson stuffed into chests. Lucca silk whispering scandalously. Bruges cloth of gold that creaks when it's honest. Squirrel fur, there, the polite kind, that still looks faintly surprised to be useful. There are combs, rings, a reliquary with an eyebrow hair of someone holy, and a book of hours that will soon learn how much it can absorb tears without buckling. You've never met the boy you're promised to. He exists to you as a seal pressed into wax, and a description that sounds like a saint and a horse had a baby. Pious, energetic, adept at falconry. Love, your ladies say with diplomatic smiles, is a flower that grows after the treaty's signed, like moss on a shady wall, which is reassuring if you are moss. The ship groans. The sailors bless themselves in ways not strictly found in the missal, and you clutch the rail, until you learn why saints are terribly popular with people who float. Your shoes are velvet. Your stomach is democracy. The sea votes no. Salt spray freckles your face. You taste the future, and it tastes like brine. A nun travelling with you, borrowed from a convent with a reputation for stern kindness, presses a bit of candied ginger into your palm and murmurs about St. Nicholas, patron of sailors, and also children, which feels relevant in a way you choose not to investigate. Let's talk about hair. It has been braided by two women who treat your head like a cathedral in progress. They smooth it with rose water until even the gulls look impressed. Your veil is pinned in with enough hardware to repair a small fence. If fashion insists on a cone hat today, you will wear a cone hat. If fashion says wimple, You will be a glorious linen? ? You are a banner on a breeze, and the breeze is the only thing enjoying itself. Across the water, England stands like a cousin you're about to meet. Familiar in shape, different in temperament. The harbour smells like fish and plans. A welcoming procession materializes from the mist, lords rehearsing their polite faces, heralds trumpeting in a key best described as ambitious, and a few townsfolk craning their necks because nothing entertains like foreign policy on legs. You curtsy to a woman with a fur collar that could house a small family, and she calls you daughter with the measured warmth of someone adopting a very important cat. Language is a small cliff. Your tutor's English has the texture of porridge that took sides. You know enough to say, "Your Grace," and "I am most honored," and "Where is the privy?" which is honestly the only phrase that travels. Everyone smiles at you a fraction too long, as if you're a church window and they're checking for saints. You smile back because that is your job, and because smiling uses fewer words than treaties. Let's talk about the wedding. It happens in a church whose stones have heard more vows than confessions. The bishop's ring is heavy enough to anchor a boat. Candles sizzle in chill air, and smoke rises like reasonable doubts. Your groom is indeed a boy you have not met, with ears that will grow into themselves, and a hand that trembles exactly as much as yours. He says the Latin carefully, as if it might bite. You say it too, and the words braid around you like ribbons on a maypole you didn't plan to dance around. The ring is gold, the prayers long, the witnesses numerous, and the politics thicker than a monk's sandal. You are now wife, consort, symbol, strategy. Men speak of you as if you are a bridge they just built. You are expected to smile as traffic goes both ways. Ever heard of the bedding ceremony? Don't worry, it's less scandal and more theater with terrible seats. They escort you to a bed the size of a respectable pasture, throw petals like they're trying to season soup, and drink to your fertility with the enthusiasm of people who won't be doing any of the work. Curtains close. Suddenly the two of you are alone with a great deal of fabric and the slow breathing of the tapestries. You look at each other with the peculiar relief of strangers trapped in the same legend. He says something about God and duty. You say something about saints and fate. You offer each other candied almonds and the universal treaty of a shared joke about the bishop's eyebrows. Love is not here yet, but it hears about the snacks. Let's talk about your day job. Mornings are for mass, then letters. Your steward reads you dispatches that smell like traveling ink, border squabbles, grain tallies, a cousin requiring a loan that is absolutely not a loan. You reply with neat lines, while a scribe scratches like a thoughtful chicken. You walk the great hall as if it belongs to you, because it does, on parchment that bites when it's bored. You cultivate mercy the way gardeners cultivate roses, strategically and with gloves. You give alms, hear petitions, memorize names, because power likes to be addressed correctly. Afternoons are diplomacy, disguised as leisure. Hawking teaches you wind and silence. Embroidery is your fidget spinner with political consequences. Your choice of emblem is a weather report. A white rose or a red rose? A lily, because you're French and symbolism enjoys being on the nose. You stitch while ladies murmur, news thin as lace. This lord is loyal, that Lord is tired of pretending. You keep a face like a smooth table. Meals a theatre. You sit at a board glittering with pewter and caution, tasting dishes that are definitely birds, but also possibly ideas. Heron baked in pastry. Lampreys in gel that wiggles philosophically. You drink wine because water is a hobby for saints and fish. You remember not to point, not to laugh too quick, not to eat the thing that looks exactly like a pear and is actually a trap full of cloves. Servants glide. Minstrels narrate things that did not happen to people who may exist. You nod at all of it because you are everybody's weather vane. At night, you read your book of hours by a candle that chews at darkness like a tidy animal. The saints in its margins wear expressions you find suspiciously familiar. Patient, resigned, slightly amused. You press your finger to the Virgin's blue robe and tell her, in 2 languages and a sigh, that you are doing your best. Outside, the wind rearranges itself around the palace. Inside, you learn the trick everyone in every century learns. How to be many things at once, and still find the stitch that is you. Diplomacy, you discover, is not so different from a root cellar. You keep promises cool and away from apples. You check for sprats. If something starts to rot, you deal with it before it tells its friends. And love? Love is like the carrot you didn't mean to eat in the dim. Sweet, crisp, and entirely out of schedule. Chapter 21. The Papal Undo Button. Let's talk about lawyers. One morning you wake to find the castle humming at a different pitch, like a lute restrung slightly sharper. Courtiers glide sideways. The Queen's steward, your steward, develops the sudden habit of bowing at doorways as if to the idea of you, not the person. Birds sing, because birds don't read dispatches. You do. And there it is, in politely weaponized ink. His Majesty has petitioned our Holy Father for a declaration of nullity. Not a divorce. Heaven forbid. That would suggest something existed. This is an invitation to history to agree that the wedding, the maypole ribbons, the legal kisses, were a charming rumor. On the grounds of spiritual incompatibility, the envoy's letter says, as if you've been trying to pray in different directions and keep bumping elbows. This is how it works. Canon law doesn't say irreconcilable differences. It says impediments. Like moral potholes, only Rome can fill. Consanguinity, if you're too related. Affinity, if you've been related by really bad choices. Pre-contract, if someone previously promised themselves to someone else, using words that priests like. And then there's spiritual kinship, the short invisible string tied at a baptismal font. Were you both godparents to the same pink furious baby? Did his aunt cradle you at the font, and did he later stand as sponsor to her son? Congratulations! You might be spiritually related in a degree that makes priests stare thoughtfully at fig leaves and then at you. Canonists who spend their days arguing with footnotes until the footnotes surrender arrive from everywhere smelling like ink and resolve. They open Gratian as if it's a picnic and point at Higuccio as if he's an old friend who can absolutely get you out of a speeding ticket. They explain it gently, the way one explains weather. On balance, Your Grace, the sacramental bond appears to have been impeded from the start by affinity ex baptismo of the second degree, compounded by a dispensation that is either missing, misfiled, or never requested in the first place, because someone assumed God wouldn't notice. Let's talk about Rome. You do not go. Queens don't go to court. They send people who can perspire less obviously. The king's proctors depart with purses that jingle like guilty consciences and a cart of depositions. Witnesses have been found, because witnesses always are. The papal curia receives them in the Lateran's cool halls, where saints look down from mosaics with the serene expression of those who have heard everything. Clerks sharpen quills as if they're tiny swords. The Pope, whose job involves being both shepherd and spreadsheet, listens, sighs, and hands the mess to auditors who can recite degrees of kinship with the speed of a croupier. The arguments bloom like very devout mushrooms. One canonist points out that your nurse's cousin's daughter held a candle at a certain baptism in Rouen, where the king was named a sponsor, in spirit, if not in hand. And another says that still counts, Your Holiness, because the intention is the thing that binds, as Hastiensis mentions on folio this or that, with marginalia shaped like extremely persuasive grapes. There are murmurs about lack of consummation, quietly floated like a paper boat no one expects to sail. A sober man with a forehead like a lectern points out that two healthy children stroll your halls and argue over chess. The paper boat sinks. Meanwhile, you are not in Rome. You are in a chapel that smells like beeswax and older prayers. Your ladies sit like punctuation. You read your book of hours until the saints begin to look like colleagues in a difficult meeting. You would like to be angry, but anger is noisy, and you prefer the soft weapons, memory, posture, patience. You have learned how to look tranquil in a storm so the furniture doesn't panic. Let's talk about legal fiction. When a marriage is annulled, the Church says, with all the grace of a grandmother explaining a stain, that it was never a marriage in the first place. The knot was tied around nothing. The cart was really a suggestion, the bed adorable, but symbolic only. It is not a case of leaving so much as a case of having never truly arrived. Important for inheritance, vital for alliances, soothing for everyone's conscience at dinner. So one afternoon, a courier's horse collapses into the stable yard like a sermon with knees, and a parchment fat with seals makes its slow ceremonial way to you. The lead bulla swings like a moon. A bishop reads Latin that has the cadence of an apology. The formula is careful. The proper respect is paid. The conclusion is this: in light of the spiritual impediment, undisclosed and undispensed, there was, in fact, no true bond. You feel the floor tilt as the entire past 6 years take a step backwards and vanish behind a legal curtain. People congratulate you because that is what one does when someone has been made strategically free. You are given properties to retire to because magnanimity looks best on parchment. A monastery writes to promise you their gardens are particularly soothing and their pears decent. The king sends a gift you can't eat, and the letter written by someone who practices compassionate handwriting. It is full of God's will and temporal necessity, and somewhere in the middle of all that, a sentence that is almost kind. Let's talk about the new bride. She arrives in a cloak the color of alliances, a princess from a family with ports or horses or both. She inclines her head, which is heavier with jewels than yours was, which is the point. The heralds find high notes previously unknown to heraldry. The king smiles as if history finally got the joke. You watch, because not watching would be petty, and you are saving pettiness for something truly special, like outliving everybody. At dinner, the minstrels play a song you remember, except now it has a different ending. Your spoon makes small circles in a broth that tastes like clean exit strategies. A lady at your left whispers that the Pope is rumored to prefer chestnuts, as if this explains anything. You ask after the health of the ports, the horses, the cousin who is suddenly very relevant. Everyone relaxes because you have chosen grace as your centerpiece. Let's talk about packing. You own chests designed for this, the dignified retreat. Books, reliquaries, needles, one very fine comb. Your ladies wrap your life in linen and constructive silence. The nun from your wedding appears with more ginger and the same calm eyes. You look at the bed the size of a respectable pasture and find you feel nothing theatrical. You are not abandoned. You are edited. Before you leave, you walk the gallery where tapestries pretend at forests. You pause under the stitched hunt you used to pretend was an actual day. On the border, a small hare runs forever from small hounds. You press your fingers into the weft. It is sturdy. You are, inconveniently, the same. Annulment is the medieval unsend button, except the message is a person and the server is Rome. Also, there are more candles. Chapter 22. Kyoto's Quiet Factory of Perfection. If Rome can declare a marriage never really happened, Kyoto can declare childhood temporarily postponed for aesthetic reasons. Different continents, same paperwork energy. One erases knots. The other practices tying them so beautifully, no one minds being bound. Let's talk about posture. You wake before the sun because your household's rooster is a woman with a folding fan and no patience. The sliding screens glow faintly, tea smoke coils like a polite ghost, and the tatami under your knees feels cool and informative. Your first assignment of the day is to be vertical with conviction, back straight, shoulders soft, head a moon balanced on a stalk of bamboo. If your spine wanders, the fan taps it gently back into the present tense. Congratulations, your vertebrae have an editor. Outside, the Kamo River pretends to be casual, and inside the Okiya, the house that owns your future and all your hairpins, nothing is casual. The proprietress is mother, which is not a metaphor so much as a business model with eyebrows. She is the keeper of schedules, debts, and your bedtime, which appears to be an abstract concept to her. You are at this point a shikomi, an apprentice to apprenticeship, whose main role is to become useful enough to cost more. Let's talk about sweeping. You learn the grain of the mat the way a miller knows his flour. The broom is light, the strokes are silent. The corners are where dust hides and ambitions go to stretch. You change the water in the flower vase so slowly the camellia doesn't suspect it has been moved. You fold cloths with corners aligned like tiny treaties. A misaligned fold is not a disaster. It is simply an invitation to do it again, until time loses all meaning and your hands remember the lesson for you. The house smells like camellia oil, ink, and roasted barley. Your fingers smell like ink, because calligraphy is next, and calligraphy is how you will learn to speak without talking. The brush sits in your hand like a mild animal. You copy poems older than your grandparents' grandparents, the characters sending little black rivers into the paper. Kaisho, square, calm, then gyosho, more flowing, like remembering a song. Your mother glances once, and the entire room tilts to favor or correction. She adjusts your grip by a centimeter, and somehow your whole personality improves. Let's talk about music. The biwa sits heavy against your robe, a wooden moon that asks for patience. You measure the sorrow with your pick. Across town in merchant ports like Sakai, a 3-string traveler has arrived from the south, shamisen, and word skitters through Kyoto like a cat under a curtain. In time you will trade the rounded biwa for that sleek stranger, its skin taut, its voice both percussive and sweet. For now your master maps notes as if they are districts of a city you will one day own in conversation. Pluck, breathe, listen. The rhythm is not in a hurry, and neither are you. The fastest thing in the room is the way your teacher raises an eyebrow when you rush. Let's talk about tea. War generals, merchant princes, and poets all agree on something for once. The heart should be boiled gently and served in a bowl. A man named Rikyu has been teaching everyone how to be humble expensively, and you are being apprenticed to humility with a stopwatch. Kneel without creaking. Turn the bowl with intention. Wipe the rim as if polishing a thought. Tatami edges are no-go zones. Your steps trace squares of silence, and the kettle sings like a cicada who finally found a job it likes. You rehearse the ceremony until your movements become the kind of poem that doesn't need ink. The point is to make your guests feel as if they have been allowed to borrow the afternoon. The trick is that you have rehearsed the borrowing for years. Let's talk about supervision. There is an older sister, your Ane-san, assigned to you, like a guardian spirit with better eyeliner. She shows you how to speak in layers. The polite, the very polite, and the smile that means, "I heard that," in a way that keeps the room on your side. You bow so often your waist develops opinions. You practice laughter that sparkles without ever spilling. And you practice silence that glows. Every line is scripted, then rewritten when it sounds scripted, then memorized again until it sounds like you merely woke brilliant. Let's talk about money without saying money. The ledger is a quiet mountain. It lists kimono, combs, lessons, doctors, incense, and the special glue for your hairstyle that smells like a forest trying to apologize. All of it is advanced to you with a serene smile, which is finance's favorite expression. The more you owe, the more valuable you must become. It's like a subscription service where the free trial is childhood, and it ended last winter. Let's talk about walking. Your zori whisper on the wooden floors. Upholstered in brocade and bound in layers, you practice crossing a room at the speed of climate change. Inexorable, composed, camera ready. You learn to lift doors with one hand while balancing a bowl, your life, and your brand with the other. The trick is to look effortless while remembering everything. The season, the guest's clan, the poem they quoted last time, the tea whisk's particular squeak, the way the light catches your sleeve at a flattering angle because the moon writes better reviews than men do. Let's talk about transformation. Powder like snow. Lips like a secret you'll never actually tell. Maybe someday you will darken your teeth with iron dye, a sign that you have crossed an invisible river into adult waters. Serious and married to your vocation, if not a person. Your hair becomes architecture. Kanzashi pins bloom like small, polite fireworks. The mirror answers questions you didn't ask. Are you yet an ornament that speaks? Almost, says the reflection, and the fan taps once in agreement. Let's talk about conversation. Your job will be to turn opinion into silk. You memorize court gossip and battle maps, classical jokes and brand new puns. You know 3 ways to praise a cloak, and 5 ways to decline a poem that is terrible without wounding the poet, which, to be clear, is a mercy and a public service. You can quote a line of the Kokinshu and then pivot to a merchant's ledger with equal grace, because elegance is a weapon that doesn't leave bruises. Night comes. Paper lanterns float down the street like modest stars. You replace the broom with a shamisen practice you're not technically supposed to enjoy yet, but can't help humming. The house settles. The ledger closes with a sound like a chapter ending. You lie on your futon, knees remembering kneeling, fingers smelling faintly of tea and ink, and think about how the city never stops rehearsing itself back together after wars you only know from stories. You are being trained not just to entertain men, but to remind them they live in a civilization. Sleep, says the fan finally, which in this house means memorize tomorrow by osmosis. You close your eyes obediently and dream in perfect cursive. Chapter 23. Soft Power, Softer Light. Evening peels open like lacquer. The paper screens turn to honey. The lanterns warm the corners until shadows look domesticated, and your reflection in the black of the tea water pretends not to know you. Morning taught you to dream in cursive. Evening asks you to pour it into bowls. Let's talk about light. You do not stand in light. You bend it. A tilt of the fan, a measured half step, and the candle behind you turns your sleeve into a small theater. Silk clouds, sleeve mountains, a hand that arrives on cue. You learned where to place the brass lamp not because you fear the dark,
but because faces become kind under certain angles. If Rome had lawyers for shadows, Kyoto would win the appeal. You promise everyone in the room the mercy of flattering illumination, and they repay you by believing themselves interesting. Let's talk about tea. You kneel, as if the floor has been expecting you. Steam rises, fine as advice you didn't ask for but needed. You warm the bowl, rinse the whisk, swipe the rim with a cloth as carefully as if you're erasing a bad decision. When you pour, it is not just liquid, it is truce. Senno Rikyu has convinced half of Kyoto that humility is chic, and the other half is pretending to understand. You understand enough. Each movement is a threshold, each pause a verse. You turn the bowl twice, like a prayer that came with instructions. In a different building, a priest chants sutras. Here, you brew them. Now the room listens in a full-body way. The samurai from the provinces sets his sword aside at the door, naked as a snail without a shell. And suddenly he looks like a man who might sleep tonight. The merchant speaks at the speed of interest rates, then slows, because your quiet suggests he could be mistaken about what matters. The poet is already intoxicated on the smell of roasted tea and his own restraint. Your wrists move like commas between their sentences. Let's talk about the job description you don't say aloud. You sell remembrance, not love. What they buy is the future moment when they will describe this evening to someone who wasn't invited. You are the souvenir that doesn't take up space, the story that makes their life look edited. Their wives should send you fruit in gratitude. They leave content, not because you loved them, but because you curated them. The heart is a museum. You design the lighting. Historically awkward detail, whispered so the room doesn't hear. The word geisha won't attach itself to your trade for another century. But the rehearsal is well underway. Kyoto is a preview city. You are officially an apprentice to music, dance, and the art of sparing people from themselves. Unofficially, you are a therapist paid in lacquerware and plausible deniability. Let's talk about conversation, the softest instrument. You ask questions that arrive like hand towels, warm, clean, folded small. You remember the daimyo's retainer has a throat that rasps when he forgets to drink water, so you tilt the kettle's song his way. You remember the monk's favorite poem, and that he likes praise of his humility delivered in the key of catastrophe. Your unassuming taste could bring cities to their knees. The room laughs, then quiets, as if embarrassed by how good the joke felt. You curate topics like ikebana, one branch of current war news, one blossom of gossip, a leaf of classical illusion, and space, always space, where the mind can imagine itself clever. You can quote a line of the Kokinshu and then politely redirect the samurai about firearms from the Portuguese, in case his enthusiasm starts to outpace his volume. If he insists on demonstrating tactics using tea cakes as soldiers, you become very interested in the weather until the pastries decommission themselves. Let's talk about atmosphere control. You do not boss the room, you domesticate it.
a humming note from the biwa, a single tap of your fan against your wrist. These are the little bells you ring to bring everyone back to now. The biwa's weight is trusty, a wooden moon tucked to your ribs. Rumor says a new 3-string instrument from the south has arrived, shamisen. Clever, portable, with a voice that can both flirt and scold. You are practicing in secret because the future is nosy. For tonight, the biwa sings low, like a cat that knows how much you paid for the kimono and is impressed. Let's talk about boundaries, the invisible architecture. They praise your laughter. It is a pearl tightly knotted on the strand. They praise your eyes. They see everything and return nothing you didn't ask for. A compliment arrives steamy and hopeful, and you cool it like tea that's about to scald. You can be near without being available, kind without being yours, attentive without being taken. Your smile is lacquered. It dries fast. But you are not a statue. You are an illusionist with receipts. You bring the incense burner closer. Its smoke writes cursive in the air. You adjust the screen so the draft stops arguing with the candle. The merchant sighs, the taxed exhale of a man who just realized money couldn't buy whatever just happened to his shoulders. He will call it peace later when he tells the story. You will call it technique. Let's talk about games. Kodo, the incense game, is tonight's favorite. You burn tiny pellets of fragrant wood and ask guests to guess the blend. It's basically smell chess. Everyone leans forward, noses tilted like cranes at a pond. This one, the poet declares, is the scent of autumn on a mountain path where the leaves are scandalizing the earth. Incorrect, but points for enthusiasm. You give him a look that says, "How brave of you to be wrong so beautifully." And he glows as if he won anyway. You also host poetry bouts, the gentlest duel in a violent century. The samurai grips his brush like a weapon. You adjust his posture until his poem stops attacking. The monk writes 6 perfect syllables and then forgets the other 5 because enlightenment arrived early. You stitch the evening together with laughter that never spills and silence that makes everyone feel taller. Let's talk about exits. When it is time, you close the lid of the kettle with the same gravity you opened it. The room understands. Swords are reclaimed, sandals found, reputations checked for stains. Coins arrive discreetly, wrapped in courtesy. You bow, as if agreeing with the pleasant truth. They step into the night, feeling as if they have borrowed the moon and returned it on time. The lanterns murmur themselves out. You sit for 1 breath longer than necessary, inventorying the room. 1 fan cooling on the mat, 1 bowl still warm. 1 poem you will never admit was yours. You think of your ledger, the mountain that pays you back in slope, and of tomorrow's practice, which is just today, performed again with fewer visible seams. Outside, the river keeps pretending to be casual. Inside, You choose a single camellia for the vase, a red note for the morning. You are tired in the way craftspeople are tired, filled up by precision. And if anyone asks what you sell, you can answer without moving your mouth. A well-lit version of you that they can take home without you in it. Chapter 24. The One-Woman Rave of Strasbourg. Hey guys, tonight we're diving into something more bewildering than your cousin's attempts at interpretive dance, the inexplicable phenomenon of solitary jigging in the year 1518. Buckle up, because when it comes to unexplained behavior, Strasbourg wasn't just on the map, it was the dance floor, complete with cobblestones and a soundtrack of puzzled murmurs from the townsfolk. So, dim the lights, kick off your shoes, and get cozy, preferably without any goat hair or questionable straw, because if you're still using that to decorate your living room, it might be time for a serious shopping trip. But I digress. Flick away those distractions and let's ponder for a moment. What if your entire neighborhood suddenly joined in a dance-off? Picture this. You're at the grocery store, and without warning, everyone breaks into cha-cha. Or worse, what if while at work, your boss started spinning around the office trying to bust a move? Now, imagine trying to get an important email sent while dodging the occasional pirouette. You might even think, what in the name of all that's holy is happening? Now, let's set the scene. Congratulations, you've just woken up in Strasbourg in July 1518, the picturesque city known for half-timbered houses that look like they've literally had too much to drink. You step out of your door onto the cobblestone street, where the smell of baking bread mingles with something a bit less divine. Perhaps the unmistakable aroma of desperation, as Fra Tropha, our lone dancer of the day, brings a new meaning to dancing like nobody's watching. There she is, Fra Tropha, a solitary figure spinning and jumping as if she is auditioning for a part in a one-woman rave that nobody knew was happening. The sun is beating down, making the cobblestones feel like a baking tray. And yet there she is, grooving without a care in the world. Can you feel the rhythm? Oh wait, that's just the heat making you a little loopy. People peer out from behind their half-timbered windows, eyes wide as they witness this bizarre spectacle. What's she doing? They murmur, clearly not understanding that this is not just a dance. This is an extreme performance art piece entitled The Stress of Living in 1518, with a focus on every historical headache she can conjure up in a single two-step. Let's talk about heat in 1518. Picture a summer day when air conditioning is non-existent. You are instead left with the quaint option of sticking your head in a bucket of cool water, if you could find one that wasn't already occupied by some unfortunate fish. As Fra Tropha shimmies her way down the street, everyone's sweating like a roast pig at a feast, pondering life's big questions. How long can one woman dance? Will I ever be able to get my turnip stew right? And why is Uncle Geoffrey still wearing that old tunic from last season? The dance drags on. Hours turn to days, and yet Fra Tropha continues undeterred, her enthusiasm rivaled only by toddlers at a junior disco. Perhaps this was part of the divine punishment. Maybe the townsfolk believed the gods were unsure what they wanted more, dance or the thrill of watching poor Fra Tropha suffer through it. Historical irony at its finest, folks. It's like the cosmic version of asking for a pizza and receiving a kale salad instead. You'd think that after a while the townsfolk might rally together, raise their glasses and shout, "Let's join her." But alas, no one wants to risk joining a dance trend that could either lead to unexplained joy or, worse, a tragic burst of musical awkwardness. Imagine getting caught on YouTube decades later doing the medieval mayhem dance challenge. You'd never hear the end of it in your local tavern. Instead, they start to formulate their theories. "She must be possessed," says old man Wilhelm, who's been around long enough to confuse possession with the town's latest vintage of sour beer. "It's surely divine punishment," shouts a woman clutching her garlic necklace like it's the last slice of cake at a feast. Honestly, while their rationalizations sound oddly comforting, it just goes to show that people will go to absolutely ridiculous lengths to avoid confronting. That we live in chaos and mayhem at every turn. But Fra Tropha, she doesn't care. Each twirl is her declaration of independence from the weight of societal expectations, an inadvertent anthem against mediocrity that resonates through the cobbled streets. And you can't help but admire her. A free spirit in a world bound by heavy armor, the stench of livestock, and an unending quest for the perfect soup recipe. As the days blur together, surrounding neighbors find themselves torn between sympathy and bewildered fascination. Eventually, even the children join in, mimicking her fervent footwork and making an entirely new form of playtime. Imagine an entire street learning the latest dance craze, with Fra Tropha as the unexpected choreographer of their amusingly dysfunctional brigade. And just like that, in a world accustomed to the clanking of swords and the wails of peasants, a dancing woman single-handedly turns Strasbourg into the year's hottest club, populated primarily by bewildered onlookers, and a rogue group of children attempting the Charleston. And so as you lie here, sinking into the depths of a cozy blanket, let Fra Tropha's relentless dervish move remind you. Sometimes it's perfectly okay to dance like no one is watching, even if everyone is simply confused, and feeling the stares from their half-timbered windows. Because in a world of uncertainty, wildly spinning in your own version of pure, unadulterated joy becomes a form of defiance worth celebrating. And if someone calls the authorities on your lively jig, well, at least you can tell them your feet are on a heavenly quest. Or maybe just in desperate need of some ancient foot powder. Chapter 25. The Medieval Dance-Off of Doom. Hey guys, tonight we plunge into a frenzied festival of medieval mischief that might just give your last family gathering a run for its money. Think of it as a historical episode of So You Think You Can Dance, but with more twitching and less reality TV drama. Yes, we're stepping into a vibrant chaos where dancing becomes a divine punishment. Not your average Friday night, I assure you. Now, let's take a moment to consider how many of us have found ourselves regrettably participating in a dance-off at a wedding. You know, the one where you question your life choices as your Uncle Larry busts out the worm. Or, what if you woke up one day and found yourself in a place where you had no choice but to burst into a full-blown jig, accompanied by flutes and drums, all while everyone around you just stared in bewildered horror? What's worse, being the one doing the awkward dance, or being one of those unfortunate onlookers? To add insult to injury, what if you had to do this while wearing bulky woolen garments that itched like 100 angry fleas? Congratulations! You've just woken up in Strasbourg in the summer of 1518. The sun hangs high in a sky that's bluer than a well-dressed peacock. The refreshing scent of freshly baked bread wafts through the air. But wait, what's that other distinct aroma? Oh yes, that's probably the smell of absolute chaos. As you wander through the cobbled streets, you might ask yourself, why are people dancing like they just spotted a rat the size of a small dog? Let's talk about this peculiar scene. Picture a makeshift wooden stage hastily erected like an emergency dance floor for the apocalypse. In front of it, twitching figures dart about like marionettes gone awry, limbs flailing to a beat only they can hear. This is the dance of death, folks, except all the dancers are quite alive and possibly regretting every decision that led them to this moment. The musicians on the side, yes, they're serious about this. We've got some flutists who look simultaneously delighted and confused. They blow into their instruments with gusto, as if that might turn chaotic twitching into graceful pirouettes. There's a drummer who looks like he's expecting an entire revolution instead of a makeshift festival, thumping his drum as if summoning the gods to turn this train wreck into a full-blown celebration. It's less a dance and more a cacophony of limbs flailing about like a school of fish caught in a net made of confusion. And here's where irony bubbles to the surface like a particularly unwanted stew. This entire fracas is, in fact, construed as divine punishment. Don't you just love history? Instead of a solemn priest declaring transgressions, you got toe-tapping chaos. The townsfolk back then might have wondered, is this an interpretive dance of redemption, or just a bad case of the jitters? They'd form little groups, whispering theories over who would be next to join in. After all, peer pressure in the 16th century was as real as the medieval stench of livestock mingling with the regrets of last night's cheese. Getting back to the nutty details, incentives weren't particularly great, just as you might be encouraged to do awkward line dancing today at weddings. Imagine old Fred from down the street, breathing heavily as he shimmies his way into the fray, his tattered doublet flapping like an ill-fitted kite. You might wrestle with your conscience and think, should I join, or should I just stand here and pray no one picks me next? After days of hysterics, Fra Tropha, who started this whole delightful mess, finds herself not as a destitute dancer, but as an unwitting celebrity. Everyone suddenly wants to express themselves in the only way they know how, by imitating her. Little children who normally wouldn't even consider dancing, probably out of sheer embarrassment, are now wiggling like jelly on a rocking boat, shouting excitedly, "Look at me, Mom!" Much to the chagrin of their parents, who are still trying to figure out if their livestock has escaped due to all the commotion. You see, the medieval idea of fun didn't involve nightclubs or overpriced drinks. It was all about joining in on the joyous trauma of communal hysteria. You can just imagine townsfolk gossiping. Did you see Wilhelm trying to keep up? He's about as graceful as a shoe filled with cement. This chaotic dance party turns into one of the most memorable town gatherings, less about celebrating than trying not to get accidentally trampled by the raised emotions of people who've never really let loose before. Of course, no medieval feast would be complete without those delightful culinary experiments. Yes, the nearby tavern would likely serve an assortment of questionable beverages that might just make you second-guess your very existence. Imagine people sipping on ales and thinking, ah yes, nothing like a pint of watered-down horse sweat to enhance the euphoria of watching fellow citizens flail about with no sense of rhythm. And as you lie snugly in your bed tonight, staring at the ceiling and perhaps engaged in your own battle of absurdity. Remember that life's biggest conundrums sometimes only require a good jig and a bit of whimsy to alleviate the gravity of existence. So go ahead and dance like no one is watching, even if, secretly, everyone probably is. Such is the sweet, sweet irony of being human in any century. As we pull away from this wild medieval rave, ride the warm waves of amusement and remember, life can be a dance even amid chaos. Whether you find yourself unwittingly caught in a festival of mad flicks, or just trying to keep your partner's elbows at bay during a slow song, every moment has its rhythm. Thank you for joining me on this hilariously tangled romp through history. If you found a spark of joy in these tales of whimsy, like, subscribe, and drop a comment, but only if you actually enjoyed it. Sweet dreams, dear friends, and may your sleep be filled with the soothing sounds of merry chaos and the distant echo of half-hearted flailing. Until next time, good night. As we pull away from this wild medieval rave, ride the warm waves of amusement, and remember, life can be a dance even amid chaos. Whether you find yourself unwittingly caught in a festival of mad flicks, or just trying to keep your partner's elbows at bay during a slow song, every moment has its rhythm. Thank you for joining me on this hilariously tangled romp through history. If you found a spark of joy in these tales of whimsy, like, subscribe, and drop a comment, but only if you actually enjoyed it. Sweet dreams, dear friends, and may your sleep be filled with the soothing sounds of merry chaos and the distant echo of half-hearted flailing. Until next time, good night.